welcome to Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan with TJ Miracle. We're in Carlsbad, and the Lady Eagles have the first of a doubleheader coming up, scheduled for first pitch at 5 o'clock. And a pretty nice day for it. It's unusual to be playing on a Monday night. These games originally were set for tomorrow night, and it was announced a few weeks ago that they were being moved to tonight. So we're here on a Monday, and I don't know, lack of umpires might have had something to do with it. Really not sure, but for whatever the reason, we've got a Monday night, and I think in light of what the weather is going to be doing tomorrow afternoon and evening, at least according to the forecast, we're probably going to be very happy that we're here playing softball tonight when we've got a pretty nice afternoon and evening for it, TJ.
Well, certainly as we get ready to start this one, the sun is shining here in the Cave City, and we are looking at 84 degrees. Not a lot of wind here either, which is always a good thing too. So, and you know, by the time we get into the evening time, temperature is going to drop off probably into the middle to lower 70s by the time this one's done. But, you know, still all in all a very nice evening and no chance of rain, at least tonight.
Yeah. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles come in at 10-7 on the season. They're 3-1 right now in district. They're ranked second in district. They're coming off of a pair of wins over Clovis, and both of those were run rule wins on Friday night in Hobbs. Next up for them will be hosting Roswell High coming up this Friday. Right now, the Lady Eagles are ranked number 16 in New Mexico overall. They are ranked number 12 in New Mexico 5A. However, in a game that we did not see, the Hobbs Lady Eagles played a very good game against Carlsbad. It went extra innings, and the Lady Eagles lost just by 1 run. I believe it was 3-2 final score in that game just here a couple of weeks ago, less than that. So the Lady Eagles should have some confidence, from that performance against Carlsbad coming into this 2-game stand tonight here in Carlsbad.
Well, and actually they won that game 11-10.
Yes.
So Hobbs won that game 11-10.
Hobbs won that. That's right. Hobbs won that game 11-10. Sorry about that. I knew it was 8 innings, and I was thinking they lost by the 1 run. But yes, I'm saying one thing and remembering it a different way. The Carlsbad team is coming in at 12-6 on the season. They're 4-0 in district, and that was before the district season began. That was at a tournament that both teams were playing in, that they actually met each other. So again, the knowledge of that, the confidence to have played them in that tournament game and won by the 1 run has got to be putting them in good stead tonight. However, Carlsbad always strong, always salty, and they come in ranked higher both in New Mexico overall at number 9 and in New Mexico 5A at number 8. Carlsbad, the Cave Girls are coming in off of a 17-4 win over Roswell High, and next up for them will be at Clovis. They'll be on the road this Friday for a doubleheader, and district doubleheader there as well. But yes, for these two teams to have met each other before district, I think that was it's actually a good thing. And the Hobbs Lady Eagles have not had that many home games this season. The home games that they had mostly came early on in their season, and then they were on the road an awful lot, and they did play some tournaments, of course, just trying to get sharp and strong as possible for this district, especially against the always tough Carlsbad women.
Well, and this is always, if not the toughest, then one of the toughest districts in the state. And so anytime you can tune up and, get to see a district opponent earlier in the year, that is not a bad thing at all. And so, as you mentioned, probably some pretty good confidence coming in for these Hobbs Lady Eagles. And, beating Clovis 17-2, 11-1, that also has to make them feel pretty good. Of course, still without Kaya Boyle. I believe she'll be eligible to come back on Friday. But
right.
That takes a pretty big piece out of the puzzle, though, tonight.
Yeah.
But they played, really well. They adjusted without her in the lineup against Clovis the other night.
Well, and that injury happened during the warm-up before their doubleheader at Roswell High, and Kai was hit in the eye and was put through concussion protocol. It was determined that she needed to be out for 10 days, and so that took her out. They made some adjustments, had to immediately, both on the field and the lineup, to make allowances for that injury that night in that doubleheader. Hobbs split the doubleheader with Roswell, and they have since held Fuentes moved over from the third to shortstop, in Kaya's absence, and then they brought Valenzuela in to play at third, and they've been pretty solid in the 3 games that they've played with that lineup, and have done pretty well. They have won 3 games now in Kaya's absence with that. But I know that they're going to be anxious to get her back and to kind of get everything shifted back to the way that they have played all season with their starters in that infield arrangement. So yeah, it'll be nice to get her back. But they have 2 games to play tonight. They have to be as strong as they can with that different, not only different look in the infield, but different in the batting and the lineup and the batting order, and some differences there.
Well, it is going to be, but you adjust and you practice for those kinds of things, and everything is going to be it is going to be what it is. And I think Hobbs, it's a team. It's not all about one player, and
exactly.
so they've adjusted well, gone 3-1 in district. If either one of these teams can sweep tonight, and I don't know that that's going to happen, but if one of these 2 teams were a sweep, that would really put them in command of the district schedule, because they are tonight of district.
Yes, it is. Each team plays a doubleheader at home and a doubleheader on the road against the other teams. There are 4 teams in the district. So yes, we're almost at the halfway point, and from here it's very important to win every game you can, and the run differential is important as well. So each team is looking at just performing as good offensive production as they can in the games. Of course, a lot comes down to pitching, and certainly timely hitting and being able to get on base, but move them around and in. And Hobbs has been a little inconsistent with that at times this season. So I know that they're going to be trying to do their best in that department. And also, neither team is carrying a very big bench. I mean, you're looking at 3 reserve players for Hobbs, 3 reserve players for Carlsbad tonight. Let's go ahead and run down the rosters for your home Carlsbad team. I'll tell you what, let's take a break and no, let's go ahead and do this. I'm a little decisive because, when you're not at home, you're not quite sure exactly the timing of the other team and when they're going to do the national anthem and all that. So let's go ahead and run this down, and then we can play some spots probably when they're announcing the teams and doing the national anthem before the game. So let's look at your home Carlsbad Cave Girls. Your batting order is going to be number 17, Villanco Villa, playing center field. Number 11, Paris Weldon, playing second base. Number 12, Faith Rivera, catching. Number 20, Kayleon Fuentes, pitching. Number 4, or batting in fifth, is number 4, Aubrey Hernandez, playing third base. Batting sixth is number 6, Michaela Chester, in left field. Batting seventh is number 9, Alison Madrid, in right field. Batting 8th is number 14, Kendra Ortega, at first base. And batting 9th is number 2, Katrina Ortega, at shortstop. Your reserve players are number 18, Anya Rentner, number 3, Mari Reyes, and number 10, Pesha Nieto. They are under head coach Santo, and that is the starting lineup for Carlsbad tonight. So your battery is going to be Fuentes Rivera. For your Lady Eagles, under head coach Anthony Boyle, batting first will be number 4, Abby Zambrano, at second base. And Abby knocked 2 over the fence homers in the second game against Clovis on Friday night. Number 5, Jackie Fuentes, at shortstop. Number 3, Mariah Jimenez, in center field. Number 1, Edith Chavez, behind the plate. Number 9 is Allison Garcia at first base. Batting 6th is number 8, Angel Jimenez, in left field. Batting 7th is number 14, Marina Valenzuela, at third base. Batting 8th is number 18, Carissa Sigala, in left field. And batting 9th is number 17, Sol Rangel, in right field. Your reserve players for Hobbs are number 11, Ellie Medina, number 7, Anaya Rodriguez, and number 15, Addison Ralston, that is, Addison Ralston. So your battery for Hobbs will be Fuentes Rivera. And that sets the stage as both teams have had warm-up. They're both back in the dugouts awaiting the call to get out on the field for the national anthem and the introduction of players. I always look forward to being here in Carlsbad, and having grown up and lived several years in Loving, being up here playing dad coaching, mom playing fast pitch softball, and the tradition of baseball and softball in Carlsbad is so strong. The games are always entertaining, and it's always good. I think playing Carlsbad brings out the best because you have to be the best to beat them, TJ.
Well, you certainly do, and going to have their hands full tonight. Hobbs does have the batting average advantage. They're hitting .384 on the season to Carlsbad's .318. But you talked about timely hitting earlier. Carlsbad, much timelier hitting. Carlsbad with 127 RBIs collectively as a team to just 88 for the Lady Eagles, and they're doubling up on the bombs too. 24 for the Cave Girls, only 12 on the season so far for the Lady Eagles. It's not about the power, but sometimes that can indicate some more timely hitting with the RBIs and then, of course, the bombs.
True, and of course, if you get up to the plate and you're always thinking about swinging for the fence, sometimes that does you more harm than good when you need to populate the bases before you bring them in, with the big bombs. So it's going to be important for Hobbs to bring their best in the first and the second games tonight. They need every win they can, and they know that they've beaten Carlsbad once this season. They're going to be wanting to try to do that at least one of these games. Even splitting this doubleheader would be huge for Hobbs, TJ.
Well, it certainly would. The Lady Eagles, needing the split and or preferably the sweep, because like we mentioned earlier, if one of these teams can sweep these two games tonight, it puts them in the catbird seat moving forward into the second half of district. And both of these teams, going to be fighting for home playoff games. Carlsbad right now in the Max Preps Matrix, number 8, which would put them right on the edge of a home game.
Right.
And Cobb's at number 12, which means they would have to go on the road. But I think probably the only team that's going to get a home game out of this district is the district champ.
Yeah. And so it's going to be really important. Hobbs has got their sights set. They can't just do well and finish second and make it into the playoffs. To give themselves the most advantages and the best shot at getting seated higher in the state tournament and making it further, they want to try to win district, and that is what they're going to be trying to do, is win every game. Especially important to try to beat Carlsbad in one game if possible, 2 games if possible. Whatever they can do, it is going to help them in the long run. So we are definitely going to be taking a break and awaiting probably going to have the national anthem coming up here in just a couple of minutes. So let's go ahead and hear from some of our many sponsors, and you also see their names up on the video screen. So please give them thanks and listen, and we will hear from them right now.
It's me, Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside, causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master. Master Plumbers, 397-9385.
That coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than ever before. Follow Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
Cinco de Mayo specials are going on this week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thriftway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Forest Tire, mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Oh, yes! Strike! Good times, baby! Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get at Bel Air Bowl, the only place to bowl for nearly 100 miles around. You can grab a snack and bowl, play pool, or even video arcade. They're the perfect place for a birthday party. Bel Air Bowl has got you covered and can make it happen. Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They are located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl. Divine Energy Services in the Permian Basin. Divine is more than just an amazing partner in the oil field. They are committed to the youth in the Permian Basin as well. From academics to athletics, you can be assured that Divine is supporting it. Remember Divine Energy for all of your oil field needs. Divine Energy Services, supporting the Permian Basin and the Hobbs Eagles since 2006.
Welcome back to Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan with TJ Miracle, and we're waiting. I guess we are waiting on umpires. Is that what I understand, TJ?
That is what I was informed, yes.
Okay.
So, yep, that's what we're hearing from the guys here in the booth.
So we need to tap dance for a little while because until the umps get here, they're not going to, do national anthem or introduce the teams or do any of that. So we're just kind of we're in holding pattern. We're flying and circling around the field at this point, which the field, by the way, is very nice. The facilities, baseball and softball here in Carlsbad, very nice. At least the field and all of that. It's artificial surface. So it's nice even in the wind. Again, it's like Hobbs. You don't have to eat a lot of dirt or worry about that. It brings its own advantages and a few disadvantages, but for the most part, I think it's welcome. And most of the fields now, at least in this district, are artificial surface. At least in 5A, right? Right.
Well, and at least in this part of the world, they are. It would be. Yeah, and we're very lucky. We've got great facilities, especially Hobbs, Carlsbad, Roswell, Portales, Clovis.
Yeah, Portales just recently redid. They got a whole new field, and it's nice. An announcer's booth, which was nice, right?
I was going to say, the only, and that I will say this, the only downside to having all these great facilities and the artificial turf is sometimes it puts our teams from this district and this part of the world at a little bit of a disadvantage at the state tournament, at the and I'm going to say this firmly tongue-in-cheek because a member of the NMAA told me this about 10 years ago at the finest facilities in the state there at the Cloverleaf at Rio Rancho, Cleveland.
Where only one of those 4 fields is artificial.
And only partially artificial.
Yes, that's true.
And the rest of them are mud holes.
They're sand holes, actually.
Sand holes and mud holes, yes.
Sand and mud and very dusty and dirty and uneven. And so it's, and that's not to say that, a lot of facilities are still like that in some areas, but we are lucky in southeast New Mexico to have a lot of artificial surface fields. But it is very different playing on that, fielding, running, and running the bases, and it is quite different.
Yeah,
so
and the ball plays different.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's
you just don't have a tendency to have as many of the funny bounces. You don't have to worry about stepping in a hole and turning your ankle, a little uneven, especially out in the field. Again, it's just a little bit different. Is a different dynamic. You know, you have to adjust where you start your slide, where you stop, and and pitching. Man, I tell you what, pitching is a whole different animal when you're pitching on artificial surface in the circle, and when you are pitching in dirt, in sand, and it's quite a bit different. So you have to make adjustments as a player for this, but it's nice to. Hobbs is accustomed to practicing on and playing on an artificial surface, so I think that's why they're comfortable here in Carlsbad and vice versa. So it is definitely something worth noting. But we appreciate you know, any place where you go and you have nice facilities. At least on the field, dugouts and bleachers and so forth. Plenty of room for everybody. And, of course, the first game was scheduled to begin at 5, and we missed that about 6 minutes ago. So that's going to give fans a little more time to get off of work, get over here, and to drive over from Hobbs and populate the stands. So it's a little light right now, but as the evening progresses, and certainly by that second game, probably much more support in the stands both for Carlsbad and for Hobbs. Noticed as we were driving over, it seemed to be, you know, we could identify probably several vehicles that were on their way over here for softball purposes. So we certainly hope that Hobbs will travel well. I think they will, and they do, as they realize that Carlsbad is a tough team. Hobbs needs every advantage they can get, including strong support from parents and fans in the stands.
Well, and Hobbs, the Lady Eagles, have traveled extremely well the last 8, 10, 12 years, done a nice job with that. And of course, since Coach Anthony Boyle taking over, still, you know, good fan support. Definitely appreciating that, I know. And you know, if you couldn't make it, we appreciate you watching and listening. Hobbs Sports YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com, and Facebook decided it liked us today, so also on good. The Eagle 100.5 Facebook page too. So, and we appreciate you watching, listening here today. And cameras, you know, right up on the field. We are shooting to a little bit of a screen, so it's nothing wrong with the camera. It's just shooting through the screening on the sealed-in box here, and so you know, doing what we can here. But we appreciate them allowing us to put our camera there, because this is kind of a tiered press box, and we've got people all along the front. We're actually sitting in the back of the press box. So.
And so our vantage point is a little bit different. It's not quite as good. Going to have to be sort of standing, moving around a little bit to try to catch all the action. The camera will stay static because that's the one and only place we could put it as close as possible to catch it all. But you're right, they're not opening the windows at all. So the door to the announcer's booth does open, and they've got it open right now. We should be able to have field noise, crowd noise, and I think that's important. Sometimes when we're hermetically sealed in a booth with you know, good facilities, sometimes that's lacking. If you don't have a mic to hang out the window, you don't get the feel of the crowd and you feel like you're at the game if you're listening and watching. So you don't get that full experience. So it looks like we've got umps, or I see one ump behind the plate. There's got to be two, because I don't think that we ever roll with fewer than 2 umps. So we have the coaches at the plate. Coaches Santo and Boyle are meeting with the umpire behind the plate right now, and that means we can't be too far off from doing the national anthem and introduction of teams, and then play ball and getting this first of a doubleheader started here. Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com and Facebook. So we appreciate your listening. We appreciate our sponsors and their support so that we can do these games, whatever sport it is. We've got good support for Hobbs and for all of our teams in Lee County, and we're thankful for that, and we want to use every opportunity to thank that. You'll hear their messages, continue to hear them throughout the games tonight, and see their banners up on the video screen. So take a moment to thank them and to go to those businesses and support the ones who are paying to helping support our youth and our teams throughout Lee County, and especially, of course, tonight for Hobbs. So I believe we are just about ready to get underway. So let's take a break while we do the national anthem, introduction of players. We'll be back to get Lady Eagle softball started here on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
First America Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
It's me, Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master. Master Plumbers, 397-9385.
That coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than ever before. Follow Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
Cinco de Mayo specials are going on this week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thriftway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Forest Tire. Mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Oh, yes! Strike! Good times, baby! Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get at Bel Air Bowl, the only place to bowl for nearly 100 miles around. You can grab a snack and bowl, play pool, or even video arcade. They're the perfect place for a birthday party. Bel Air Bowl has got you covered and can make it happen. Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They are located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl. Divine Energy Services in the Permian Basin. Divine is more than just an amazing partner in the oil field. They are committed to the youth in the Permian Basin as well. From academics to athletics, you can be assured that Divine is supporting it. Remember Divine Energy for all of your oil field needs. Divine Energy Services, supporting the Permian Basin and the Hobbs Eagles since 2006.
First American Bank, believe.
And welcome back to Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan with TJ Miracle. And believe it or not, we're just about ready to get this first of a doubleheader underway, TJ.
Well, it should be an exciting game, a beautiful afternoon turning into evening for softball here in Eddy County. It's Hobbs versus Carlsbad, a great rivalry, and hopefully we've got a couple of great games for you here this evening.
Yeah, definitely. As we look at your home Carlsbad Cave Girls, and in the field you have Fuentes pitching, Rivera behind the plate. You have Kendra Ortega at first, Weldon at second, Katrina Ortega at short, Hernandez at third. You've got Chester in left, Villa in center, and Madrid in right. And for your Lady Eagles, your first three batters are going to be Abby Zambrano, Jackie Fuentes, and Mariah Jimenez. So Zambrano will try to get something started for the Lady Eagles. I was looking back at my book, and Zambrano, of course, had two homers. She had a solo dinger and an RBI, a two-run home run in that second game against Clovis on Friday night. And in that first game, she had she had two singles and scored, and she went 2 for 4 in that first game. So she's pretty capable, and that's the reason why she's the leadoff batter for Hobbs, followed by Fuentes and Jimenez. And then the cleanup hitter is Edith Chavez, and she's leading the Lady Eagles in on-base percentage and in batting average. We'll talk more about that when she comes up to the plate. So we hope that she certainly will in this at-bat. First pitch is swung on and fouled off by Zambrano. Nice aggression. I like that. Standing up and going ahead. It was fouled off out of play off to the right for strike one. So 0-1 the count. First batter up for Hobbs, trying to get on base and get something started. I like the aggression, TJ.
Well, if you see a pitch that you can handle, you go ahead and take it.
Yeah, and she does. A grounder that's going to go down the third base line and run foul. So quickly down in the count, though, 0-2, as Fuentes now has her in a position of having to protect the plate with 2 strikes on her.
Fuentes with a 2.5 ERA is a very consistent pitcher, so going to be important for Hobbs to put the ball in play.
0-2 count. And that is going to miss inside, so waiting because it's too early yet to know about this ump and where he's going to call and not call as far as the inside-outside corners. That, I guess he felt was a little too inside. So 1-2 is the count. And that is going to hit inside as well. In fact, it bounces Zambrano back just a little. She does crowd the plate. She stands very close to the front of the box, and she just went right back up.
Outfield playing about halfway back, so not a lot of, we'll say, respect for the power at Zambrano at the plate.
2-2 count, and she misses low on that to run it full. So 3-2 on Zambrano. Good eye. She had an 0-2 count, and now.
Well, and now you've probably seen, I don't think we've seen a changeup from Fuentes yet, but you've seen most of her arsenal, so the girls being able to pay attention in the dugouts. The leadoff hitter doing her job.
And that stays high for ball 4, and a leadoff walk puts Zambrano on base and brings Fuentes up. And now Jimenez on deck and Chavez, the cleanup hitter, in the hole. And Jackie Fuentes, again, a double single in that second game on Friday night. In the first game, she had 3 singles and a double. She crossed the plate 4 times in that game.
Fuentes hitting .442 on the year, a capable number 2 hitter.
That is going to hit the inside corner, a call strike. Yeah, I kind of saw that coming. Was going to be very surprised if he didn't call that a strike. So 0-1 count. Fuentes with a look at it. Now she knows. And so far, Fuentes has hit the inside corner most with her pitches. But, you know, we're only about 6-7 pitches into this game. So there's a foul out of play off to the right for strike number 2. Fuentes now in the same boat Zambrano was, starting off with an 0-2 count. Now she's having to protect the plate and at least try to spoil off anything that's close.
Interesting, though, with Zambrano, when she was up there when it became 0-2, Fuentes just kind of started nibbling a little bit and lost her.
Well, and Zambrano didn't chase. But so far, Fuentes is working the inside corner more consistently than any other pitch, and that was fouled off back to the screen to stay alive. Count remains 0-2 on Fuentes. If she can get on and give Hobbs a couple of runners on base, Jimenez coming up. Chavison is in the hole. Fuentes right now at the plate with and that comes in. It hits the dirt, I think. It hits before it gets to the plate. So there's a ball, 1-2 the count.
Of course, here at Carlsbad, you got 220 around the entire field. So one of the bigger fields we go to, a lot of them just 200.
And that could account for what looks like the outfield playing, kind of close up. Oh, swing and a miss, a rising fastball. That was a beautiful pitch. Credit where credit's due as Fuentes fans her and sends her, but Fuentes does go down swinging. And that's the problem with getting behind in the count is that, it leaves yourself vulnerable for pitches like that. It looked really good until it got a few feet away from the plate, and it just took off and ended up. But a nice rising fastball for strikeout number one, out number one, and now Jimenez up to the plate to see if she can move the runner around and in. That is going to miss outside for ball one. So 1-0 the count on Jimenez. Chavez is now on deck, and Garcia in the hole for Hobbs.
343 on the season for Jimenez at the plate.
And a runner on first. That misses inside for ball number two. So Jimenez letting that go, didn't even flinch. And Fuentes, Zambrano out there on first after working the walk. You don't want to waste gifts, and a walk is a gift. You don't want to strand the runners. That misses high. There's the first real changeup that we have seen, the first change of speed pitch by Fuentes, a true changeup. It floated in a little bit high.
And interestingly enough, Weldon is playing a couple of steps over towards first. You got a huge hole up the middle.
Yeah, you do.
Especially on the second base side.
Huge hole between short and second. And good eye to point that out. That hits, a call strike, but the take sign on there with a 3-0 count, so Jimenez never flinched. So
the 3-0 maker pitch to you, and
play the percentages.
And at this point in the game, you're not probably going to have the green light unless you're Chavez on that.
Right. And a swing and a miss. She was a little bit in front of that pitch, so Hobbs is really going to have to pay attention, watch the ball, because Fuentes has some speed. She's changing the speeds, but her ball moves around quite a bit. So you're really going to have to watch it till he hits the bat and be ready for anything. Fast ball gets by her as Fuentes blows it by, and Jimenez goes down swinging as well.
Yeah, a little bit late on that fastball. Just wasn't quite ready for it. So now Chavez to the plate, hitting .512 on the year. She's also Hobbs' leading home run hitter with 6 on the season.
She does, and her on-base percentage is .560. Team in that as well. So 2 outs, a runner on first still. Oh, we don't want to start off this game by leaving a runner out there. Swing and a miss, swung under that. Not only just a little bit late, but Chavez swinging a little under it as well. So again, Fuentes with plenty of heat and plenty of different pitches in her arsenal. Likes that inside corner, but she's been blowing it by right over the plate, just above the knees on a couple of these batters as well. A swing and a foul back. So second strike, 0-2. And Fuentes keeping the Hobbs batters a little off balance here. But Hobbs has gotten contact, but only fouling it. The best contact has been a foul down the third base line. Left that one go, and it was high. A little middle speed pitch, too. Not a true changeup, but certainly took something off of it. And Chavez flinched, but did not swing. 1-2 the count. If she can get on, Garcia is on deck. Jimenez in the hole. 1-2 count, 2 outs, a runner on first, and that misses high and outside. Good job by Rivera to get up out of the crouch and chase that, because I think if that had gone back to the screen, Zambrano would be sitting on second. She's got a lot of speed on the bases.
And Rivera's had a little trouble handling a couple pitches, but has done a nice job either knocking them down, keeping them in front of her, and keeping Zambrano over at first.
2-2 count. And that's going to miss high, and oh, yep,
Whoa.
call, strike. I really thought that was a little high and a little outside the zone, but the ump called that a strike, and as long as he's consistent and you know what to expect as a batter and a pitcher, it's not a problem. So 3 straight strikeouts, 4 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Carlsbad coming up to the plate, more Lady Eagles softball on the way.
Success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Errors and 1 runner left on as Kaylin Fuentes strikes out the side after a leadoff walk. Hobbs 0, Carlsbad coming to bat, and with the bottom of the first, here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. All right, first at bat for Carlsbad. Leading things off, number 17, Bianca Villa, the center fielder, and a left-handed batter. Paris Weldon on deck and Faith Rivera in the hole for Carlsbad. Your pitchers, Segala for Hobbs, Chavez behind the plate. And I'll set the rest of the field in just a moment. First pitch is going to come in just a little bit high. And yes, Villa, as a left-handed batter, is definitely going to be doing the drag bunt or slap hit thing. In fact, she's showing that bunt now. And that is going to be a call, strike on the outside corner. So a 1-1 count now on Villa.
Villa hitting 184 on the season. You see that a lot, though, with the girls who do that drag bunt, slap bunt kind of thing.
And a weak hit headed to the shortstop as Fuentes comes in, picks it up, and and kind of pulls Garcia off of the bag. Error on the throw or error on the catch?
Neither way, as Villa would have beat that. We'd have beat that out, so it's an infield single.
All right.
Tough one for Fuentes to have coming up on. It was just kind of a slow bouncer out there, and so not a lot that anybody can do about it. And Fuentes did a nice job. She had to wait on it a second, but then she set her feet and made a good transfer and still made a pretty strong throw, but good speed for Villa coming out of the left side box.
But no outs and a runner on first. Weldon up to the plate, right-handed batter, a throw down to second, a little high, and Villa is going to slide in safe at second and now be in scoring position for Carlsbad. And that pitch was a
I think it was a ball.
I think it was
high. It was a ball.
It was. So the count is 1-0 on Weldon. Rivera on deck, Fuentes in the hole now. And this pitch comes in. Is it going to be a call strike? Umpire says it's a little high and outside maybe. So 2-0 the count now. And a runner on, no outs, as Segala picked just kind of a medium speed pitch, and Weldon laced into it, sharply hit down the third base line.
Yeah, I was sitting there waiting on that one. I think she was thinking it was probably going to be the fastball. Wasn't quite ready for her slightly slower fastball and got around on it quickly and shot it foul, but that could have been trouble. That had double written all over it if she's a half heartbeat later.
And if it was a double, it probably would have been a score. That's going to get high and outside for ball number 3. 3-1 count now on Weldon, and the catcher Chavez worrying a lot about Villa out there on second base. Swing and a foul back out of play off to the right, and that's going to run the count full. So 3-2 on Weldon. Hobbs really needs to concentrate on each out. They've got a runner out there in scoring position with no outs right now, so they really have to concentrate on the outs. And a high pop fly that Chavez throws off the mask, calls for it, and makes the grab and hangs on for out number 1. So pop out to position 2 in the books for out 1. And that brings Faith Rivera, the catcher, to the plate. Villa still out there at second base. Fuentes, the pitcher, on deck, and Hernandez in the hole for Carlsbad. 1 out, so that's something to build on for Hobbs, but they've got to be careful with every batter here.
Rivera with the leading batting average at 446 for the Cave Girls.
Yeah, and that is going to be a high and inside for ball number 1 as, Rivera is batting 446. And has the highest on-base percentage at 537 as well. A high pop fly heading over in foul territory. I think it's going to end up being uncatchable, although good hustle by Valenzuela heading for that, trying to give chase in case it was catchable. It just becomes a strike, and that'll even things up at 1-1 on Rivera. Another left-handed batter for the Cave Girls. Again, 1 out. A runner on second. That misses outside. It looks like it hit Sigala's hip, and she may have missed the release point on that just a little bit for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. Sigala, and it remains outside as well. Good job by Chavez again, keeping that knocked down and in front of her to keep Villa on second out there. 3-1 the count on Rivera, though. Sigala doesn't want to lose this batter. They'd like to have 2 outs, and that's it is going to be outside. So she does lose the batter. Ball 4, and that's a walk. Now runners on first and second.
Walks can kill you anytime you give up free bases. That's why walks and errors play such a huge role a lot of times in close ball games.
That's right. Number 20, Kaleon Fuentes, the pitcher and the cleanup batter, up for Carlsbad, and the first pitch is going to be a strike.
Yeah, she took a big hack at it. Fuentes, with 10 bombs on the year, was looking to make this a 3-0 game and just swung right over the top of that one.
And this is an inside pitch, and she was way in front of that. Fuentes sharply drills that down the third baseline, stays foul, which, again, a sigh of relief for Hobbs because that had trouble written all over it. Fuentes just way in front of it. So 0-1 count on her.
And you do have Jimenez in center, taking a couple of steps over into left.
A swing and a high fly ball going out in deep right field. Rangel comes under it, makes the grab, and then the throw in. It will move a runner over to third as Villa moves over, but a nice catch by that was Rangel out in right field. So a fly out to position 9 for out number 2. With a runner on third, and Aubrey Hernandez, the third baseman, up to the plate. Hobbs really needs to concentrate on this third out without giving up a run to Carlsbad so they can keep it scoreless heading into the top of the second. Nice pitch. That's a call strike, yes. As kind of right on the letters and right over the outside of the plate, an 0-1 count on Hernandez.
If you're Sigala and Chavez here, you don't need to worry about that runner at third. Just worry about what you got at the plate.
Ooh, nice changeup. And she got Hernandez a little anxious and definitely way in front of that. So 0-2 count now. The danger is you don't want to give her something on the third pitch here that she can lace into. You need to go ahead and get her. And that was so inside that it was behind the batter for
just
ball 1.
Bit inside.
Yeah, just a bit inside.
Late great Bob Uecker.
Good work by Chavez behind the plate to keep that from being getting past her. It would have been a wild pitch. High fly ball, and Garcia calls for it at first. Yes, Hobbs in a little bit of trouble with a runner sitting on third, but they managed to get out of that. A pop out to position 3 for out number 3. So it's 5 up, 3 down, and no score. So we're going to go to the top of the second inning, 0-0. We'll be back with Hobbs Late Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
It's me, Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master. Master Plumbers, 397-9385.
That coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than. Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
Just call us if
And welcome back. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base as we go to the top of the second. No score in this one with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7 due up for Hobbs. Garcia Jimenez Valenzuela coming up to see if they can get something going for Hobbs. 0-0 the score, and Fuentes striking out the last 3 batters that she saw. Struck out Fuentes, Jimenez, Chavez to end Hobbs at bat in the top of the first, and that misses low and inside for ball number 1. Of course, it's interesting. Fuentes walked the first batter, but then she settled in and bore down and struck out the next 3 batters. So Hobbs has got to really see her watch the ball and start getting more than just foul tips and fouls off of her, like that one, as Garcia gets a piece of it, fouls it back to the screen for strike number 2.
Garcia, a .265 hitter on the season.
And a capable hitter. But there's a reason she's in the number 5 slot, or the 5 hole, as they say. And she had good batting games against Clovis Friday night. Swing and a miss. But I think she caught just a piece of that. 1-2 is the count on Garcia, actually. 1-2. No outs, nobody on. That is going to be inside. Oh, no, call strike on the inside corner. So it's a little hard for me to see the ump from where I am.
I didn't see him signal it as I'm kind of looking up and over there.
There are 2 guys and a big tall drink cup in the way between me and the ump there and the home plate. So I'm zigging and zagging trying to catch that. So strikeout and out number 1, and that brings up Angel Jimenez, and she fouls off the first pitch she sees. You know, the Lady Eagles are swinging and they're making contact, but they're fouling off so far. They're either late or way in front of it, and that's a sign that Fuentes is doing her job in the circle for Carlsbad. Capable pitcher, varying her speeds and her pitches. A swing and a miss, and under it again. Hobbs is swinging a little under the ball. And Fuentes does have a little bit of a natural rise to her ball.
And you're seeing that more and more in high school softball and baseball. I actually talked to a coach about this the other day. Maybe we'll talk about this more later.
All right. 0-2 the count. Jimenez needs to find a way to get on to populate the bases for Hobbs. Not gonna win a game unless you can bring some runs in. So that's the challenge for Hobbs here, is first to get on base, then move around with timely hitting and get on the board. 1-2 count now on Jimenez. Valenzuela on deck. Segala in the hole. Swing and a miss again. So out number 2. Strikeout number 5 for Fuentes. Now Marina Valenzuela, number 14 to the plate, playing third base for Hobbs. Segala on deck and Rangel in the hole. If Hobbs can get that far, they certainly would like to get a 2-out rally going here and get something going. First pitch is going to be a call, strike 1. Oh, yeah. It's a nice pitch, but Valenzuela had not seen her, so I think she's getting a look at it. Now she is. 0-1 count. Let's see if she's ready.
Yeah, and Valenzuela hitting .385, so she is a capable hitter at the plate. Just trying to kind of gauge some things, I think.
Swing and a high fly ball headed out to left field. Oh, and it's going to go foul as it left the bat, and I couldn't tell from what I could see back here if it had a prayer of going fair and being fair ball or not. But well hit. She got solid contact on it. Just needs to be a little more patient, and she really pulled the bat around, and you know that's going to happen when she's got her left foot way back behind her right one as well. She's turned that direction, and that is a little foul ball down the third base line as well. So
just a little bit in front of it the last couple pitches.
Right, 0-2 count. So you might look for Fuentes way ahead in the count to throw a changeup or get her to nibble on the outside corner. We'll see what happens here. Way in front of that one still. Change up. Not a change up, but a true pitch on the outside corner and strike out. That is strikeout number 6. Out number 3. Hobbs still not on the board. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball coming up bottom of the second on the way. And Lady Eagle softball's on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Ride you like, we'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
Cinco de Mayo specials are going on this week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thriftway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. The Lady Eagles go down 1-2-3. And as we go to the bottom of the second, no score. Carlsbad coming to bat. Here's Dawn Morgan.
Lady Eagles softball here on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. It's 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Cave Girls. It is Chester, Madrid, and Ortega. That is Kendra Ortega coming up. And Segala still in the circle for Hobbs. Chavez behind the plate. Garcia at first. Zambrano at second. Fuentes at short. Valenzuela at third. And Segala getting set. The pitch. And, wow, laced down the third base line. Stays foul for strike 1 on Chester.
So evens the count at 1-1. Chester was waiting on that pitch and got around on it. So far, with Carlsbad, when they've made contact, for the most part, they've been early on it.
Yeah, they have just blistered several pitches down the third base line, both on the ground and in the air. There's a good pitch. Is it going to stay a little high? It is. Just unfortunately, just a little above the zone and maybe a little too outside. So that is going to be ball number 2 on Chester. She's capable of parking it as for Carlsbad as well. A dangerous hitter. Swing and a miss, though, as she also was under that one. Segala painting the outside corner, and Chester, timing was just a little off, so the count is even.
Over 400 on the year, so she's got the ability to put things in play. Got to be aware of it.
Oh, change up, and she makes contact with it, but it pops up, and chasing it from Valenzuela from third. Nice work. Good hustle by Valenzuela, and it did look like there was going to be no hope of her getting to that in time, but she did pop up to position 5 in the books for out number 1, and that takes a little pressure off of Hobbs, but they've got 2 more to get and try to keep Carlsbad scoreless. First pitch is in. It's going to be a strike on Madrid. So Kendra Ortega on deck, and then Katrina Ortega in the hole. That's going to be an infield hit to shallow left. Coming in on it is Angel Jimenez. She plays it well. She had no chance to catch that. Played the bounce and made a good throw in to keep Madrid on first, but it is a single.
Yeah, Madrid just sat back on that one and waited the half heartbeat that the other Cave Girls have not, and just leveled her swing out and took what she got.
So 1 out, 1 on. Shows bunt. It goes right back to the circle. Segala comes in on it, makes the throw in time, but it does move the runner to second. So a sac bunt will bring up Katrina Ortega and Madrid on second base in scoring position for Carlsbad. But 2 outs, and that's a good thing to remember for Hobbs. They do have 2 outs. If they can contain Ortega, it's always good to get the bottom of the lineup if you can before it turns back over. And you're not going to do it with a low pitch that I think it either hit the plate or in front of the plate. Look like it. From here, it's hard to tell, but it is a ball. And Chavez doing a good job of not letting that get by her. That's going to stay high. Some good pop in the glove by Segala, as that was a riser. Ortega just didn't even flinch on it. 2-0 the count now. Runner on second. 2 outs, though, here in the bottom of the second. A lot of twos here. That's going to be a fair ball over the third baseman's head. Valenzuela put a glove up. It's going to score 1, and it's going to be an RBI double for Katrina Ortega.
Yeah, sat back and just took that one and shot it down the line right over the head of Valenzuela. She tried to get the glove up. Even if she'd got it up in time, it might have taken her hand off if she'd have been able to make contact with it. Jimenez did about what she could. She had good speed out there, got to the line and got it in, but not before the run scores. It gives Carlsbad the lead.
1-0 now. 2 outs, though, if Hobbs can just concentrate on the out. Top of the lineup, Via back, and she showed bunt and pulled the ball back and then swing away and missed the ball for strike 1. So 0-1 count on Via. Weldon on deck, Rivera in the hole if they get that far. But Hobbs
Via last time with the infield single.
Yeah, and a swing, and that is going to get out to right field. Oh, a nice catch. Beautiful shoestring catch. Rangel coming in on it, and robs Via of an RBI and a hit. So nice work out in the right field. A fly out to position 9 for the third out, and Hobbs kind of gets out of a jam. Carlsbad is able to put 1 run across, but Hobbs keeps them to the 1 run, and it is 1-0. So we'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball coming up on Hobbs Sports YouTube on HobbsAmerica.com.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Forest Tire. Mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
For Carlsbad in the bottom of the second, 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 1 runner stranded. We head to the third. Carlsbad 1. Hobbs coming to bat with the call. Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ Miracle. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. It is 8-9-1 due up for Hobbs. They've almost batted around. It is going to be Segala, Rangel, and Zambrano due up. First pitch is in, swing and a miss by Segala. It was an inside pitch and may have been a called strike anyway if Segala hadn't swung, but again, chopping down on it and under it for strike number 1. And that's going to miss high and away for ball 1, so that will even things up. Carissa Segala playing left field for Hobbs. That's been a busy place to be, the left side of the field.
Game 1.
Oh, yeah, Segala is pitching. I'm sorry. I was looking at Chester is out in left field for Hobbs. Yes, Segala in the circle. A swing and fouls back to the screen for strike number 2. Rangel on deck and Zambrano in the hole, as all 6 outs against Hobbs have been strikeouts recorded by Fuentes, who has good speed, but she doesn't unleash all of that speed all the time. She doesn't throw, as hard as she can all the time. She hasn't needed to, and she's cagey enough to vary her speeds and bring the heat when she really needs it. That was nice work by Segala to spoil that one off. It goes out of play off to the right. Count remains 1-2 as Segala looking to try to get something started for Hobbs here. If she can get on, Hobbs would have a chance to tie things up. Oh, swing and a miss for a strikeout and first out. That's going to bring up Saul Rangel to the plate. And so far, it's been all about the pitching for Carlsbad, as that is the 7th strikeout for Fuentes.
Yeah, Hobbs with just 1 base runner. It was the leadoff walk for Zambrano. So.
And she got stranded on first, didn't even make it around because, of course, all the rest of the outs were strikeouts. Now, Rangel's turn. Swing and fouled off, out of play, off to the right for strike number 1. As behind on that, most of Hobbs' fouls have been off to the right, either back to the screen or out of play, which of course indicates swinging a little late on the pitch, and that of course is owing to Fuentes and her speed as a pitcher. But Fuentes also is has been really accurate, pitching to the zone for the most part, and that is on the outside corner, swung on and missed. I think it would have been a call strike, but Rangel, of course, swing and a miss, and she was behind that. Plus, her bat was probably about a foot short to be trying to make contact with that ball. And she spoils that one off to stay alive at the bat. So 0-2 count still. Zambrano is now on deck, Fuentes in the hole. Hobbs desperately needing to populate the bases. They've got to get on. And, you know, everybody's swinging away so far. I don't think anybody, any of the Hobbs players have even attempted a bunt, have they, TJ?
No. Yes, actually, Fuentes did one time.
Fuentes dropped it once. And that is going to be a call strike as Rangel goes down looking. Most of the Hobbs girls have gone down swinging, to their credit, trying to hit that ball.
Yeah, just now just two caught looking.
Yep. So 2 outs, nobody on, top of the lineup. Zambrano worked the walk and got stranded her last time up. That's going to be a call strike on the outside corner for strike one. 0-1 count. If she can manage to get on, Fuentes is on deck, Jimenez in the hole. And Hobbs, if they can just start straightening out their fouls, trying to just get on base, that'll help their confidence a lot. The more strikeouts that Fuentes is able to record, the more the head game, she wins the head game against the Hobbs girls. They get up to the bat, intimidated already by Fuentes fanning so many batters. That stays high and outside for ball number 2. So 2-0 count now on Zambrano.
2-1.
2-1 rather. Yep, thank you. 2-1. Wind up and the pitch, and swung on and fouled off to the right. Out of play for strike number 2, as Hobbs has had plenty. If they could have just had a third of the foul balls that they've hit go fair, they would have had a chance to, you know, populate the bases like they're wanting to do. At some point, you got to look at, okay, you need to play small ball and just try to get a runner on base and then piece a run to in. And a swing and a foul tip back to the screen, so she stays alive. Zambrano with a 2-2 count on her now. I think sometimes you don't want to give up. You don't want to signal to your players that you're giving up on them being able to hit the pitcher. But sometimes you need to just think about, okay, who can give me a bunt, lay down a bunt, and get on base and do some good base running and try to move them around. Even if everybody stands up there and tries to bunt it. And there's a weak hit it back to the circle. Fuentes having a little problem with it. And picks it up and makes the throw. It is Zambrano beating it out. The speedy Zambrano, and I gotta think that's an A1. Yeah, I was putting it in my book as an error. She just bobbled it.
Yeah, she'd fielded it cleanly, and she actually did, and then dropped it. Then when she went to pick it up again, she dropped it again. So yeah, it's an error 1.
So 2 outs, and now Hobbs is in business. Zambrano got stranded on first her last time up. Now Hobbs needs some timely hitting and a 2-run rally, a 2-out rally to get it going, and that is going to be, I guess that was a ball. A lot of pop in the glove, as I think Fuentes was angry with herself at bobbling that. Coming back, putting some sting in the glove on that one. But it is a ball. That one inside a little blue pit, and it's going to be caught by Kendra Ortega over at first base. So Hobbs managing to get a runner on an error, but strands her, and a pop out to position 3 ends the at-bat for Hobbs. 4 up, 3 down, and still a 1-0 lead by Carlsbad as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. More Lady Eagles softball on the way.
Oh, yes! Strike! Good times, baby! Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get at Bel Air Bowl, the only place to bowl for nearly Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They're located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl. Divine Energy Services in the Permian Basin. Divine is more than just an amazing partner in the oil field. They are committed to the youth in the Permian Basin as well. From academics to athletics, you can be assured that Divine is supporting it. Remember Divine Energy for all of your oil field needs. Divine Energy Services, supporting the Permian Basin and the Hobbs Eagles since 2006.
No runs, no hits, one error, and one runner left on for Hobbs in the top of the third. We head to the bottom of the third. Carlsbad leading 1-0 with the call. Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ Miracle. As it's 2, 3, and 4 due up in the order for Carlsbad. Weldon, Rivera, Fuentes. And let's see. Last time up, Paris Weldon popped out to the catcher. So she's 0 for 1. First pitch floats in, and it's going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count on Weldon. Rivera on deck. Fuentes in the hole for Carlsbad as they lead 1-0 here, and that is going to be low for ball 2. So 2-0 count on Weldon as Sigala in the circle for Hobbs. Chavez behind the plate. Garcia at first, Zambrano at second, Fuentes at short, Valenzuela at third, and a change up is going to hang up in her hand and hang up on the outside just a little too far out, and that'll be ball 3. So Sigala got to hit the zone on this one, and she does. The take sign was on, and across the corner. Oh, no.
She missed it just barely.
I thought that was going to be never assume. I guess never assume as a batter, and as an announcer, never assume either. I put my head down when it was
and I think actually probably, we've seen a lot of times they toss and start running. The ump goes, nope, come back. And she waited until the ump said,
right.
You can go.
All right. So a walk, a leadoff walk. And brings Rivera to the plate. She walked and got stranded her last time up. Fuentes on deck, Hernandez in the hole. No outs, a runner on first now. A swing and sharply hit down the first baseline as this left-handed batter was waiting on that one and way ahead of it. The Rivera, the catcher. And let's see, no strikeouts for Sigala and 1 walk.
2
walks, thank you. So far in this one, this is the third at bat for Carlsbad. And another ball floats in, 2-1 the count on Rivera now. A swing and a high fly ball. It is Zambrano. No, it is Fuentes calling it, and she makes the grab. As both, I saw Zambrano's head go up, and she was shading over, but Fuentes called everybody off, and grabbed a high pop fly. Nice work by Fuentes, and that's 1 out, and that's going to bring up Fuentes to the plate. So Fuentes, the shortstop for Hobbs, and Fuentes, the pitcher for Carlsbad. And the first pitch comes in, it's a ball, a 1-0 count. Fuentes had a fly out to right field. Her first time up, Rangel with a great catch out there robbed her of a hit, and that one stays high and outside for ball number 2. So a fly out, pop out to position 6 for the first out for Hobbs. And that misses for ball number 3. 3 straight balls.
Well, I'm pitching very carefully to Fuentes in this situation, and
Sure.
I think that's probably okay.
Yeah, she leads the team in home runs with 10 on the season, ball 4. So now Weldon moves to second, Fuentes on first with a walk. That's the third walk for Sigala, and that brings up Aubrey Hernandez, the third baseman at the plate. She popped out to the first baseman her first time up. So she's 0 for 1, and this floats in over the plate but high for ball number 1. 1-0 count. Now Chester on deck, Madrid in the hole. Carlsbad leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the third inning. Swing and a chopper down the third baseline stays foul for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. 1 out. Runners at first and second now. And let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Just checking my book here. And that is going to be a
outside, ball two.
Ball two. 2-1 the count. And Fuentes so far, it's been all about Carlsbad pitching. Hobbs is trying to get on base. Carlsbad has been hitting the ball, and there's another hit into shallow left field. Angel Jimenez plays that. One bounce into her glove and a good throw in. But bases are loaded now with Hernandez and a single.
And just one out, too. So this is a dangerous situation here. Hobbs may ought to think about playing the infield in.
Michaela Chester, the left fielder, up. She popped out to the third baseman her first time up, and the first pitch comes in. It is a ball. 1-0. Yeah, just one out. The good news for Hobbs is that there is a force on every base. The bad news is that doesn't really help you much. The ball's hit well hit out to the outfield. Hard hit grounder. Valenzuela, no, she knocks it down and makes the throw to first, and that did score a run, and the throw was beaten out.
Actually, she
did
got
she get it,
but she dropped the ball.
Oh, okay.
So Garcia dropping
Well, I
it,
knew
so
she
it'll
was
be an
safe.
E3. Yeah.
I saw her still on the bag. I couldn't see the camera over there. So, all right, couldn't see because of the camera. But Chester on with an error. And that scored Weldon. So Carlsbad up now 2-0. All the other runners advanced, so bases still loaded. And Madrid up. She hit a single and scored for Carlsbad her first time up. So
Valenzuela that last time did a nice job knocking that down. Just rushed the
high
throw.
fly ball headed out to deep left field. It's going to go over. It's going to go over Jimenez's head, go to the fence. It's going to be thrown in, and it will score 3 runs for Carlsbad. Wow, that's going to be a 3 RBI double for Madrid.
Yeah, that one banged off the wall, and then Jimenez, not used to how it plays out there, it bounced off one of the banners and came back over her head and rolled, and that let that third run come in. But all of a sudden, just like that, it is 5-0.
Yep, as the wheels coming off just a little bit. And up to the plate, it is Kendra Ortega, then Katrina Ortega, and then top of the order. If Hobbs can try to get them, they do have just the one out, so they've got to work on just getting the outs. They've given up a lot of runs. 4 so far in this at bat. Swing and a miss as Segala showing a little frustration there. And bringing a pretty good pitch in. So 1-1 now the count on Kendra Ortega. Sister to Katrina Ortega. They bat back to back, a high fly ball out into left field, and Jimenez backs up for it, makes the grab, and then the throw in, and they're going to be able to keep Madrid at second base. So nice play by Angel Jimenez out in left field, a fly out to position 7 for out number 2, and a runner at second. And now bottom of the order, Katrina Ortega, the shortstop, to the plate. She had an RBI double and got stranded her last time up. Swing and a high fly ball headed out to right field. Coming in on it is Rangel. It is a fair ball, and it will score 1. And the throw into third base. Oh, did not get her. Almost, though. A nice tag, a good throw by Rangel. A heck of an arm out there in right field. And a nice grab by Valenzuela. Almost caught Madrid, but she is safe at third. And that's going to be an RBI.
Yep, RBI triple as Rangel did about as good as she could do. It took kind of a funny hop off the turf and went all the way to the wall, and by the time she could get to it and get it in, it was the RBI triple.
So that brings up the top of the order again. Swing and a miss by Villa, and her count is even now, 1-1.
And Carlsbad is batted around this inning.
Yep,
so
with this batter, they have batted around. That's going to hit the inside corner. No, I thought it was going to be a call strike, so just a little high. I think it was over the inside corner, but missed a little high. 2-1 is the count. Villa had a fly out to right fielder last time up. She had an infield single and got stranded her first time up. So 1 for 2, and that's going to be ball 3 on her now. 3-1 count. 2 outs. Hobbs needs to try to concentrate on just getting this out, getting back in the dugout. Just mitigate the damage. High fly ball, and Jimenez is going back for it, but it goes over her head, rolls to the fence, and that definitely is going to put her on third. So an RBI triple for Villa, and that brought Ortega in, and now 6 runs across for Carlsbad in this at-bat, and they're still going.
Yeah, 7-0 lead right now, and now you're getting back into the heart of the lineup, and Paris Weldon, who walked earlier this inning, started it all.
Walked and scored. First pitch in is going to be is it?
Ball 1.
Ball 1, okay. 1-0. Thank you for catching that. A floater, a changeup is going to be a call strike, and a nice pitch comes in a little on the inside, but floated right in the upper part of the zone to even up the count. 1-1. 1-1. There's a hit. There's a high fly ball going out. It's over the fence. It's over.
And
I thought it was going to hit
double,
it.
so.
It bounced over. So it bounced over. It went over Mariah Jimenez's head out there in center field. As you mentioned, this is a pretty big field, TJ.
Yeah, it certainly is. So that cashes another player in as here comes Coach Boyle. He wants to talk about things a little bit with Segala and his infield, and that was a really quick little visit out there. 2 outs and an 8-0 run right now. 7 runs across this inning. Segala will stay in the ring and just going to work on getting the out. But now you got Faith Rivera, who's probably a little bit mad at herself. She popped out to the shortstop her last time up. She is 0 for 1. Did walk in the first, but then popped out earlier this inning. She's going to try and keep the line moving for the Cave Girls.
She is. Rivera, the catcher. And that is going to be a little high. I think it was probably on the inside corner, but a little bit high. So 1-0 the count on her. Runner out on second in scoring position. And a high fly ball headed out to center field. Again, Jimenez going back for it and makes the grab. So a fly out to position 8 in the book, 3rd out, and finally the at-bat for Carlsbad is over, but not before they put 8 runs across. So we will be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
7 runs on 5 hits, 1 error committed by the Hobbs Lady Eagles, and 1 left on for the Cave Girls. As we head to the top of the 4th inning, the Lady Eagles with some work to do. And with the call, here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. 3, 4, and 5 due up for Hobbs, and they have not really managed to start hitting Fuentes. They have been hitting a lot of fouls. They've been striking out. But they have got to figure it out and figure it out fast at the bat.
Yeah, matter of fact, still looking for their first hit through the first 3+.
They had a walk. They had a runner get on with a walk and a runner on with an error, and they were both on Brano in the top of the 1st and 3rd innings. And other than a pop out to the first baseman, it's all been strikeouts. And the first pitch is swung on and fouled off by Mariah.
Actually, an attempted bunt.
Okay. But it went foul.
It went foul, so
it was fouled off.
I was going to say maybe Anthony, Coach Boyle listening, tried something to get on. Laid down a late bunt attempt there for Jimenez.
0-1 counts as Jimenez struck out her first time up. Trying to get on base, get something started for Hobbs here. Once Hobbs is a team that once they can break the ice and start hitting, they seem to gain confidence, and then they don't stop hitting. But it's against good pitching. Sometimes it's really tough to break the ice and start getting good contact on the ball. That misses outside. So 2-1 count. Yeah, there was a lot of speed on that, but it also had a real strong break on it from the time it left the glove. 2-1 count. And that is going to miss high and outside for ball 3. So 3-1 count. If Hobbs can get on anyway, bunt, walk, error. They have had a couple of base runners and haven't been able to capitalize and move them around. So they have left
2 on the base paths.
Yep, 2 on, and that is going to be a walk. So Jimenez works the walk, and now, as was, Hobbs has their wish. They have a runner on, and that's the second walk issued by Fuentes. She has 3, 6, 8 strikeouts and 2 walks. Now up, Edith Chavez, who leads Hobbs in batting average and on-base percentage, up to see if she can move her teammate around and in. Swing and a high fly ball headed out to center field. Villa comes unable to catch that. She didn't have to move in very much on it. She was playing just about where Chavez hit it, but Chavez with the best contact on the ball so far for Hobbs.
Well, it has been, and just mistimed that a little bit. That's the new way they're teaching. Everybody working them on launch angle and that, and the Hobbs girls hitting that way.
So Allison Garcia, first baseman, up to bat. She struck out her last time up, looking for some. And a sharply hit ball. That's hit out into shallow right field, bobbled a little bit by Madrid, and that's going to get the runner over to third base. And on the throw, Jimenez moves over there as well. Yeah, Garcia moves over on the throw. Jimenez goes to second.
So Jimenez at third, now Garcia at second, and Angel Jimenez coming up, and Hobbs getting a little something going.
Yep. And they need it because it's 8-0 on the board. So Allison Garcia up to the plate. Runners.
Actually, it's Angel Jimenez.
Yeah, Angel Jimenez up to the plate. Sorry, I'm looking down at the book and thinking one thing, saying another. That has happened sometimes. Runners at second and third for Hobbs. And an 0-1 count on the batter now. That comes in. That's going to be strike 2.
But the first Hobbs hit of the game comes here in the 4th inning. Nice little shot to right by Garcia. Just took what Fuentes gave her and popped it out there.
Yeah, it was a single, but she moved to second on the throw in, and she was able to move the runner around. And Mariah Jimenez sitting on third still, and the ball coming in.
And the first Hobbs runners in scoring position, too.
Absolutely, yeah. Hobbs had 2 runners who had gotten stranded on first, and that was the best that they had done up until this at-bat here in the top of the 4th inning. Swing and foul back to the screens. So count remains 1-2 on Angel Jimenez. And you've got Mariah Jimenez on third, Allison Garcia on second, just 1 out. If Hobbs can go ahead and keep the line moving here, once they start bringing in runs, they seem to feed on success. Swing, got her on a bit of a changeup, as Fuentes took some speed off of that and floated it up over the plate. Jimenez too anxious and in front and a little under that. So that is, let's see, strikeout number 3, 6, 8, 9. Yep, strikeout number 9. And out number 2. But Hobbs still alive. Runners on second and third. Valenzuela at the plate. And the first pitch is going to be a ball. So 1-0 count. Hobbs needs to bring runners in, not strand. They've left 2 on base so far in this game, and they're in desperate need of crooked numbers on the board up there. They are losing 8-0 here in the top of the fourth inning. They need to move the runners in. A swing and foul back is almost a check swing by Valenzuela. Really was a check swing that made contact, weak contact, fouled it off.
And that may have put a dent in the Hobbs bus over there.
So 1-1 count on Valenzuela. More than capable of bringing runners in and around if she can make solid contact, get a nice single as well as Allison did earlier in this at-bat. Oh, a swing and a miss under it for strike number 2.
Yeah, another little change up there. Fuentes pulled that one inside and basically just said go chugga, 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 and it did. And Valenzuela not able to catch it.
Now, if she can make her way on base, Segala waits on deck and Rangel in the hole. And that hangs up in the hand as Fuentes, I think she was trying a change up and it just kind of hung up in her hand. She missed the release point on that and ended up being high. 2-2 is the count now on Valenzuela. With runners at second and third, golden opportunity for the Hobbs girls to bring some runs in and get on the board. They're getting shut out right now. Swing and a high fly ball, deep right field. Coming up under it is Madrid, though. Makes the grab and robs Valenzuela of a hit. So a long, well-hit fly ball caught for out number 3. Hobbs threatens but comes up short as they get 2 runners on but can't bring them in. And the score remains 8-0 as we move to the bottom of the fourth inning. More Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on the way.
It's me, Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master. Master Plumbers, 397-9385.
That coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than ever before. Follow Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on for the Lady Eagles to the bottom of the fourth. Here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ Miracle. More Lady Eagles softball coming up here on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And it is the heart of the order, 4-5-6, due at Fuentes, at Hernandez, Chester for Carlsbad, who are leading 8-0. Oh, little off-speed pitch to start off the at-bat against Fuentes, and she swung and missed for strike 1. So 0-1 count. Segala, no strikeouts, 3 walks. A swing and a miss again on Fuentes. So a couple of good pitches by Segala. Hobbs would like to be efficient and try to get outs after giving up 7 runs in the last at-bat. They'd like to shut Clovis down here, but a crack of the bat, a deep ball going out to center as Mariah Jimenez drifts over and catches it really on the run in left field. She called it and called Angel Jimenez, her sister, off and made the grab. So nice as she had to float over and get that. Keep track of that. Well hit ball, but Fuentes with a good catch. Fly out to position 8 for out number 1. And the first pitch in is a call strike on Aubrey Hernandez. Nicely done as Hernandez hit a single and scored her last time up. She popped out to the first baseman. She's 1 for 2. Ooh, a floater is going to miss high. A nice changeup, though, by Segala, seeing if Hernandez would chase. She did not. Hernandez with a single and crossed the plate. Her second plate appearance. And that is going to, a call strike on the outside corner. It had a good late movement on it, and I thought it should be a strike. And sure enough, the ump did go ahead and call that. 0-2 now on Hernandez. 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom of the fourth. A high fly ball into left field, deep left, going back. Oh, gets into Angel Jimenez's glove, hits the fence. She makes a nice play as throws in and holds Hernandez to a double, and I don't think that's an error. She was heading back.
Yeah, she was
and
right
caught
on the
that
wall,
right
so.
at the fence. I mean, she did well to even get her glove on it.
There was no way to close her glove on that because it was right up against the fencing.
But she did a good job picking that one up and making a good throw in. So Hernandez with a double and brings up Chester. A high fly ball, shallow center now. Coming up under it is Mariah Jimenez, makes the grab. Really had to come in at a dead run and gauge that. The wind playing with it just a little bit. So out number 2 is Chester with a fly out to center field. And that brings up number 9, Allison Madrid, the right fielder, to the plate. She had a 3 RBI double her last time up, a single and scored her first time up. She's 2 for 2. And Hobbs would like to make her the 3rd out in this at bat. Oh, that was a little slow roller. Looked like Segala was trying to throw an off-speed pitch and just kind of missed that. Missed the mechanics and the timing of that. It was just a little bit off.
Madrid would have needed her 9-iron for that one.
And fouls that off toward the Carlsbad dugout for strike number 1. 1-1 is the count now on Madrid. Ortega on deck. Ortega in the hole, if they get that far. But Hobbs would like to get this 3rd out and not allow any more runs, get to the dugout and try to get some things cooking again for themselves. That misses outside. 2-1. Madrid did not even flinch, didn't chase, didn't offer on that one. 2 outs, a runner on second in scoring position for Carlsbad. And that is going to float in on the outside corner. Call, strike, yes. 2-2 the count now. Looked good to me from up here. The ump signaling the strike. So 2 outs, 2-2 count. A runner on second base, lots of 2s. A ground ball is going to find its way into left field and score 1 as Jimenez bobbled it. I don't know if the run would have scored had she picked it up and thrown that in.
Yeah, I think it probably would have. So,
but I think I was watching the coach over there, and they were waving her around. So it was a bobble. You're going to score that as an error or no?
I'm going to score it as a RBI single.
RBI single for Madrid. And the first pitch is going to be a fair ball down the third base line. And coming in, nope, it will not be a score, as Hernandez was the one who came in previously on the RBI single for Madrid. And then Ortega stands up and hits the first pitch she sees and gets a double on that.
Yeah, right down the line. Nothing that Valenzuela or Jimenez could do about it.
And Madrid over on third. So runners at second and third. And Ortega, bottom of the order for Carlsbad at the plate. A 1-0 count now. 1-0. Runners at second and third for Carlsbad. And a high fly ball into deep center. Coming over for it, making the grab is Mariah Jimenez. And nice work out there as 3 outs now. A fly out to position 8 for the 3rd out, but Carlsbad does manage to plate one. So the score is now 9-0 as we go to the top of the 5th inning, and we will be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball coming up.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
Cinco de Mayo specials are going on this week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thriftway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
For Carlsbad in the bottom of the 4th, they get 1 run on 2 hits, no errors committed by the Lady Eagles, and 2 runners left on base. We head to the 5th. Hobbs with some work to do. With the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Hobbs trailing 9-0 here. Top of the 5th inning. And it's going to be the bottom of the order for Hobbs coming up. Sigala, Rangel, and then Zambrano. Sigala, this is her second plate appearance. She struck out the first time. She's 0 for 1 and due as Hobbs wants to get something started here. They need to put some runs on the board. They're running out of time here.
Yeah, and they've got the sword hanging over their head, down by 9.
Right.
If they don't manage to score here, Carlsbad just needs 1 run to win this ball game.
That's right, 10-run rule after 5 innings. It is a 15-run rule after 3. 1-0 count. And a swing and a foul back to the screen for strike 1. Hobbs threw 4 at-bats with just 1 hit. 1 hit and 2, 3, 4 left on base. So Hobbs has finally started hitting the ball, but just they haven't not managed to get a run on the board. And that's going to miss outside. For 2 balls, 1 strike against Garcia.
If you're Hobbs here, you need to be,
or rather Sigala.
Need to be calm. You need to make sure you pick your pitch. You can't go chasing here. You need base runners.
A swing and a miss. So strike 2. Sigala behind it and under it. As Hobbs just trying to get a run on the board, as you said, to stave off an early into this game and also to keep from being shut out, because Carlsbad got most of their runs in the 3rd inning, bottom of the 3rd. So other than that, it's, it would be a 2-run ball game. It would be 2-0 right now. But Carlsbad broke it open, and they plated 7 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So Hobbs, as you said, with work to do, and a 3-2 count, counts full. Sigala makes contact but fouls it off to the screen to stay alive. So count still full on Sigala. Rangel on deck, and then Zambrano in the hole. So Fuentes taking her time. Now brings the pitch and a swing and a miss. Well, she fouled it off, stays alive.
Yeah, got just enough of it and got away from Avera, so she will live to see another pitch. So the pitcher-on-pitcher duel. Sigala trying to hang tough out there. Give Hobbs an opportunity here to chip into this 9-0 deficit.
Yeah, Hobbs just with a slow start on figuring out Fuentes and being able to really get good hits off of her. There's a swing and out of play off to the right, and Sigala fighting off another one to stay alive. Count
another
still
dent
full.
in the Hobbs bus over there.
Count remains full on her as the shadows start to lengthen across the field. Sun setting here. The time is almost 6:30. We've been playing for a little over an hour now. This game got started about 15 minutes late, waiting on umpires. Swing and a sharply hit ball hits the glove of Hernandez, third base, and rolls out to a shallow left. And coming over, Ortega picks it up. I think that's a base hit because that was smoking. Sigala just smoked it down to third to Hernandez. Lucky to her reaction is what put the glove on it. No chance to really make a play.
Yeah, that may actually wind up being a double if Hernandez doesn't knock that one down, and Ortega was coming over to back her up, so was in the right place. I mean, I hate it for Hobbs, but we get the lead-off single, so maybe get something going here.
Saul Rangel up to the plate, hitting in that 9 hole, and a wild pitch. Goes way out. That's the wildest pitch that Fuentes has thrown. Rivera could not get up in time to chase it, and that moves Sigala out to second. Is that actually Sigala, or we have a courtesy
Sigala,
runner?
yeah.
Okay. Sometimes she's, of course, pitching, so very often we'll have courtesy runner.
Oh, we do have a courtesy runner in the ball game. That's Rodriguez, Anaya Rodriguez.
All right, and a swing and a miss as the heat on the inside corner has Saul Rangel swinging and missing. 1-1 the count on her, though, and the courtesy runner out there on second for Hobbs in scoring position, though. A bunt, and it goes foul for strike number 2. See, just that's, when the pitch is coming in hard, it's that much harder for the batter to deaden the ball. You have to push it forward just a little and down.
Yeah, and you have to level the bat out
yes,
to do
you
that.
do.
You can't pretty much leave it sticking straight up in the air.
No.
It's kind of a thing we've seen a lot the last probably 5-10 years is, you know, the art of the bunt is not really there anymore.
It's spotty. Some players are able to do it very well, and others, it is rare to see it done well, though, in softball. Swing and a pop fly as the Fuentes calls it. Oh, and it's in her glove, and then she bobbles it. And coming off base at second and then having to scramble back, and the throw, luckily, was a little wide of second base. So Fuentes with an E1, but the runner does stay at second. Rangel reaches on an E1.
Yeah, that's just bad communication there between Ortega and Fuentes. So you got to holler, mine, 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 and that just didn't happen there. Hobbs will take the break, turn it back over to the top of the lineup.
Runners on first and second for Zambrano. That backs her up and misses the inside corner. So ball one with, no outs. No outs. Runners at first and second for Hobbs. And Hobbs really needing runs. They're getting shut out right now, 9-0 here in the top of the fifth. And that is going to miss outside as well. A lot of speed and late movement on that. Rivera doing a good job of reaching and grabbing that, not letting it get past her. 3-1 the count, though. Or rather, 2-0 the count. 2-0. And is that going to miss or hit the outside corner? Nope, that misses. A little outside. So 3-0 is the count now on Zambrano. Got to think the take sign is going to be on here with runners on first and second. You need to play the percentage. Oh, nope. She swung away and is going to foul it out of play. A long fly foul off to the right for strike number one.
And I agree with that call there by Coach Boyle. You know, go ahead and let your leadoff hitter have the green light. You've got Fuentes maybe just a little bit rattled there. Probably going to get something you can handle on 3-0, and she did, just shot it foul.
So 3-1 count. Oh, and that runs inside, and that is going to put her on base and load the bases now for Hobbs. Best opportunity for them to score in the game so far, as a walk puts Zambrano on, moves all the runners around, and brings up Jackie Fuentes, the shortstop, to the plate. She popped out to the first baseman her last time up, struck out her first time, so she's 0 for 2 and due here. No outs. Hobbs with bases loaded, and that is going to be an inside corner call. Yep, I think it did hit the corner for sure, and that is Fuentes' go-to pitch. I think that's the one that she can hit really, really consistently, and goes to for a sure strike. Swing, and hits off the outside of her bat, fouls it off for strike two. So 0-2 count now. She took her inside, then she took her outside. Fuentes
now may see the inside changeup.
So 0-2 count, bases loaded, no outs, force on any base. Oh, and decided at the last minute to swing at that. I think it might have been high, but I think she felt like, she had to protect the plate, and if that was going to be at the letters and called strike, she wanted to spoil that off. So 0-2 count still on Jackie Fuentes, no outs, bases loaded. Great chance for Hobbs to try to break things open here. There are behind 9-0 here in the top of the fifth inning. They need to put some runs across, break the shutout, and try to keep the game going. There's another foul out of play, and that may have been a call strike on the inside corner had she let it go. So I think she probably did okay by swinging at it.
Yeah, fighting off
it
a couple of pitches, just live to see another pitch.
Right.
As
count.
Fuentes has choked up just a little bit.
So Jackie Fuentes at the plate, Jimenez on deck, Chavez in the hole for Hobbs. Bases loaded, no outs. And that is going to miss outside.
Yeah, she checked up the swing. It was outside.
She did flinch, but she did not did not go around. So finally 1-2, as it was 0-2 for the longest time. And that is going to be a call strike on the inside corner, strike 3. And Fuentes goes down looking. Wow. That's just the first out, though, and Hobbs still has bases loaded. So golden opportunity with Mariah Jimenez to the plate. She walked and got stranded her last time up, struck out her first time. And Chavez is on deck. Garcia in the hole now. 1 out, bases loaded. And that misses outside for ball number 1. So Jimenez, she had a full count, and she had a long at bat, worked the walk her last time up, but got to third and got stranded. Hobbs needs at least a run or 2 here, and that's going to be a call. Is it a little high? Nope. No, I thought it might be a call strike, but stayed high. Jimenez with a 2-0 count on her now. 1 out and bases loaded now for Hobbs. Still swing and a miss as Fuentes with the fast ball. Nice heat.
High pressure situation for Fuentes on the mound. Hobbs, their hitters right now, especially Jimenez, just put the ball in play. Keep the pressure ramped up on these Cave girls.
Swing and a foul off out of play as well. That was probably going to be a call strike on the outside corner the way it was headed. And Jimenez hit it with the end of her bat.
Now I would expect to probably see that inside pitch again that she's used so effectively.
Yeah, 2-2 count, 1 out. A force on any base for Clovis, but Hobbs with a good opportunity to get some runs. Yeah, it was Carlsbad. The other team that starts with
the other C.
Yeah. And that misses outside to run the count full. 3-2 on Jimenez now. She can find her way on Chavez, the cleanup hitter on deck. Garcia in the hole. Hobbs needs to bring these runners in. You don't want to waste these base runners. That fouled out of play, and the count remains full.
And you've got to know that Fuentes is going to be at least around the strike zone with nowhere to put the runner, and you're perfect if you're Hobbs because you've got 3, 4, 5 due up in this bases loaded situation, and now the full count. So you're going to get something in probably at least in the neighborhood of the strike zone.
Lady Eagles have left 4 on base, and a swing and a foul off to the right as well. So again, as Fuentes has credit where credit's due in the mound. She's varying the pitches, but credit where it's due at the bat too, as Mariah Jimenez has definitely fought off some pitches to stay alive at the plate. It's been a long at-bat. 1 out, bases loaded. Straightaway hit right up the middle. Will score 1. The throw into the plate will keep it at just 1. Well played, but a nice line drive shot right out to center. And Jimenez with an RBI single. And now 9-1. So Hobbs has spoiled the shutout, and they still just have the 1 out, so they can keep the line moving here and get some more runs in. Bases loaded still with the 1 run in. And that brings up Chavez, the cleanup hitter, to the plate for Hobbs. The first pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1. Chavez had a long fly ball out to center field her last time up. She struck out her first time, so she's 0 for 2 and would really like to bring some of her teammates across the plate. 0-1 count. 2 outs, or rather 1 out, still the 1 out. High fly ball. It's the first baseman calling for it, and Kendra Ortega makes the catch. Ortega with the fly in her glove, and that means a pop out to position 3 for the 2nd out for Hobbs. They're not done. They could keep the line moving here, get the 2 out rally going. Allison Garcia to the plate. Bases loaded. Again, Hobbs does not want to leave them loaded. Want to bring some more runs across. A nice curve now across the outside corner for call strike 1. Fuentes bringing the heat on that. 0-1 count on Garcia. There's pressure's on her. Hobbs has put one across, but they need more. That is going to float in just a little high for ball number 1. 1-1 count. As the catcher, Rivera, keeping an eye on everybody. Runners stay put. Bases loaded for Hobbs. 9-1 your score here in the top of the 5th inning. And that is going to float in, just stay a little bit high. As Rivera tried to, she didn't really frame the ball. She just left her glove up a little to say, hey, ump, I think that was, I think that hit the zone. The ump did not agree. So 2-1 count. And a swing and a miss, and that is going to even things up. 2-2. 2 outs, bases loaded for Hobbs. Golden opportunity to bring some more runs across. They scored 1, they want more. But it's come down, the pressure on Garcia to keep the line moving for Hobbs here. And a swing and a miss on the inside corner. She brought the heat on the inside. And a swing and a miss for Garcia. Another strikeout, out 3. And, well, Fuentes kind of gets out of trouble. Not before the shutout is spoiled. Hobbs gets 1 run. It's 9-1. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball coming up.
Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Forest Tire, mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
The Lady Eagles get a run on 2 hits, 1 error committed by Carlsbad, and 3 runners left on. Ouch. But the shutout is broken up, and we head to the bottom of the 5th. Here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And it will be a leadoff hit for the top of the order. Villa with a slap hit will fall in shallow center field and put her on first base. Here we are in the bottom of the 5th inning. Clovis is leading 9-1. Carlsbad. I keep saying Clovis. Sorry about that. Hobbs beat Clovis Friday night twice. But Carlsbad leading 9-1, but a leadoff hit puts Villa on first base. Weldon to the plate. Rivera in the hole now. Segala brings that in inside and low for ball number 1. So a single, a leadoff single. No outs, a runner on first. Weldon at the plate. Rivera on deck. Fuentes in the hole. And that's going to miss outside for ball number 2. I was double checking, making sure he didn't call that a strike. 2-0. It would be nice for him to call that a strike, but a little too outside. And this one does look like it hits. Yeah, a call strike as Weldon just watches that one. And an off-speed pitch by Segala at the top of the zone. 2-1 the count now. Brings the heat, but just as hard hit, and it's a grounder that gets by Fuentes out into center field as Mariah Jimenez makes the stop and a good throw in, but it is a well-hit single for Weldon, and she's on first base. So
but now that puts the winning run out on the base pass.
Yes,
so.
It's 9-1, so an 8-run lead by Carlsbad right now. And a swing and a foul back to the screen for strike number 1. Is I think Carlsbad knows that, and they're anxious to get that 10th run ahead. They need to put 2 across to win by the 10-run rule. That misses high as a changeup by Segala just hangs up in her hand a little bit. So a 1-1 count now on Rivera. Runners at first and second. Villa on second, Weldon on first. And a swing and a high fly ball out to right field, caught on the run by Rangel, who has to hop up for it. Nice catch. I really thought that Jimenez was going to call her off and keep that, but Rangel with a nice catch. She's made 2 pretty spectacular highlight reel catches out there in right field for Hobbs today. Fly out to position 9 for out number 1. Runners stay at first and second, and that brings up Kayleon Fuentes. And a hard hit ball out to deep left. Coming up under it, though, is going to be Angel Jimenez, and then throws in. And do they get the runner? Yes, they do. A double play as the fly out, and then the throw from 9 to 5 gets the lead runner. Villa is out at third. So Hobbs turns a double play and gets out of trouble, and they stay alive to see another run at bat. Wow. Nicely done. A good catch out there in left field, and then an equally good throw in to get that third out. So Carlsbad threatens but comes up empty. Count, and the score remains 9-1. We'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball coming up.
Yes, strike. Good times, baby. Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get. Bel Air Bowl has got you covered and can make it happen. Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They are located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl. Divine Energy Services in the Permian Basin. Divine is more than just an amazing partner in the oil field. They are committed to the youth in the Permian Basin as well. From academics to athletics, you can be assured that Divine is supporting it. Remember Divine Energy for all of your oil field needs. Divine Energy Services, supporting the Permian Basin and the Hobbs Eagles since 2006.
For the Lady Eagles, they get, or rather the Cave Girls, no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on. A great play in left field by Jimenez to get a long fly out and then gun it to Valenzuela 7-5 for the non-conventional double play to end the inning. So Hobbs stays alive as we head to the 6th. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And thank you very much. I think I said 9-5 a minute ago. I do mean, of course, it was a left field hit, so 7-5. Of course, for the third out, and that nicely turned double play, not one you see every day, but they were able to turn it. And yes, Hobbs stays alive. Bottom, the top of the 6th inning now, and coming up to the plate, it is the bottom of the order. 6, 7, 8 due up, and that's Jimenez trying to get something started for Hobbs. They trail 9-1. 2 strikeouts for Jimenez, so she's got redemption on her mind. Swing and a miss, though, as heat on the outside corner. And a 1-1 count on on Angel Jimenez, rather. Not Mariah Jimenez, but Angel Ramirez. Jimenez. Hobbs, again, needing some base runners as they're running out of time. 9-1 your score. A swing and a miss. And another strikeout as 3 straight fastballs. A lot of pop in the glove by Fuentes, and that's a 12th strikeout that she has recorded in the first out for Hobbs in this at bat. Now Marina Valenzuela to the plate, and she had a fly out to the first baseman and a strikeout, so 0 for 2. And due Hobbs here in the top of the 6th, needing to populate the bases, and that pitch comes in a little inside and low for ball number 1. So 1-0 count. Segala on deck, Rangel in the hole for Hobbs. If they can get something started, they had 2 hits in their last at bat. So starting to kind of figure Fuentes out, at least some of the batters are. That is going to miss, although Rivera left her glove there, trying to convince the ump that maybe that hit the corner. 2-0 the count. 2-0. 1 out, nobody on. 9-1 your score here. Swing and a high fly ball headed to left field. Shallow left. Coming in on it is Chester to make the a fly out as Valenzuela got good contact on it. but fly out to position 7 for out number 2, and that means Hobbs is down to their final out in this at-bat here in the top of the 6th. And Carissa Sigala, the pitcher, up. If she can find her way on, Rangel is on deck, and top of the order is Zambrano in the hole. Pitches in, it's going to hit the outside corner. No, it's going to be a little too outside. Just missed the zone, and that's 1-0. Good news for Sigala. 1-0 count, 2 outs, nobody on. Hobbs needing the 2-out rally here. We'll see if they can go ahead and get something started here. No swing, it stays high. It was over the plate, and a good high ball, but it rose just a little too much out of the zone. 2-0 is the count. Sigala with a single and scored her last time up, a strikeout her first time up, so she's 1 for 2. Oh, and that misses yeah, it just got stuck up in their hand. Sometimes, you know, as a pitcher, you are changing up your release point and everything about your swing everything about your windmill and your release point, and sometimes it just hangs up in your hand. You release it late and it goes high. And she comes back with one low and inside, so Sigala works the walk.
Fourth walk given up by Fuentes, and so now that'll turn it over to Rangel.
And Rangel reached on an error, got stranded her last time up. She struck out her first time up.
And Anaya Rodriguez will come back in to run for Sigala.
Yep, Sigala the pitcher with a courtesy runner, not surprising, as her courtesy runner is the one who was able to cross the plate for Hobbs in the top of the 5th inning. That pitch comes in, a strike. 0-1 count on Rangel, and courtesy runner still at first. Here we are, top of the 6th inning, as Carlsbad did most of their damage in this one in 1 inning. It was the top of the 3rd. Oh, and a throw down to second base as the courtesy runner steals and is in safely at second.
Yeah, that ball came a little bit inside. Rivera had trouble with it, got to it quickly, and then if she doesn't sail that one a little bit high, I think it's probably out. Ortega had to jump up and still put a good tag on it, but heads up running for Rodriguez.
1-1 count now at Rangel at the plate. Runner in scoring position for Hobbs. Swing and a foul back to the screen for strike 2. So 1-2 count. Hobbs trying to get something started with 2 outs here. A runner on second. And would like to get a run or 2 across again so that they can live to see the top of the 7th inning. If Carlsbad, a swing and a miss, but the ball is dropped and then thrown down to first, and they do get her. So strikeout and out number 3. So Hobbs threatens. They get one on with a walk and move her, but can't bring her in. So no runs and 12 strikeouts for Fuentes. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Carlsbad leading 9-1. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on the way.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on for the Lady Eagles. We head to the bottom of the 6th. It's Carlsbad 9, Hobbs 1 with the call. Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much. TJ Miracle, Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. 5, 6, and 7 due up for Carlsbad. In the bottom of the 6th, it'll be at Hernandez, Chester, Madrid. And Segala still in the circle for Hobbs. Starting pitcher, and has pitched all of the action for Hobbs. Misses that outside. So 2-0 count now on Hernandez. One thing about Segala, she's a fast worker. She works faster than Fuentes. A high fly ball, line drive, almost exactly to Mariah Jimenez in center field. She started in on it and then realized it had a lot of speed heading to her. Reached up and made the grab. So a line drive shot out to center field, caught for out number 1. Chester now up to the plate. Chester had a fly out to center field, reached on an error and scored, and popped out to the third baseman. So she is 1 for 3.
0 for 3, actually.
0 for 3. No, really?
Yeah,
yeah.
Error.
She reached on the error. You're right. I was counting that. She's not 1 for 3. She's 0 for 3, but she did score a run and is responsible for one of those runs across the plate. 9-1 your score for Carlsbad, and a foul ball for strike 1 on Chester. So 0-1 count, 1 out, nobody on. As we're nearing the completion of this first of a doubleheader, there'll be about a 20-minute or so break between the two games when it is finished. High pop is called. Who's going to get it? Zambrano calls for it and makes the grab. A high pop fly out to position 4 for out number 2.
And good job there by Zambrano. Garcia charging over, and Zambrano was motioning and I think probably hollering to mine, mine, mine. And so Garcia peeled away, so no question about whose that was. Good communication.
2 up, 2 down. That brings up Madrid, the right fielder, to the plate. She had an RBI single, got stranded, a 3 RBI double, and a single. She scored twice in this one, and the ball thrown back to the circle gets away from Segala. First pitch, strike, a 1 count on Madrid. 3 for 3. Segala would like to make her 3 for 4 here, as missed that one. Just a little out of the zone. 1-1 is the count. 2 outs, nobody on here. Hobbs would like to get this third out. Oh, swing and a miss for strike 2.
Yeah, Madrid has done the most damage tonight with the 4 RBIs and 2 runs scored. So, I mean, I'm not the best at math, but 6 of the 9 runs on the board she's had something to do with.
A chopper over to third base, knocked down by Valenzuela, who makes the grab and the throw over to Garcia, and does not
pulled her off the bag.
Pulled her off the bag, so safe. I was looking to see what the call was there and see if she was curling around to go to first. I couldn't see the actual action there. So, but Valenzuela catching that on the run really, and had to throw across her body.
And Anthony Boyle asking for an appeal, and looks like he's going to get it.
Let's see what happens, as we'll see. Timeout, respectfully asking for both of the umps to confer on that and see if they call her safe. So Coach Boyle's appeal is not over. The call is not overturned. It stands.
So I don't know, single or an error.
Boy, Valenzuela did good to just knock it down, but the bad throw did mean that the runner is on base. So it's a toss-up. You want to call it an infield single, or you want to call it an error?
Would have been close, so let's just go with the infield single.
All right, so Madrid on first. Ortega at the plate now, and fouled off one down the third baseline, and then a swing and a miss for strike 2. So 0-2 count now on Kendra Ortega. Hit a double and got stranded her last time up. Had a fly out to left and a sac bunt. So 2 for 3, 0-2 count. A little pop foul backed over the screen, and the count remains 0-2 with Katrina Ortega on deck. And then back to the top of the order, but Hobbs would like to go ahead and get this out so it doesn't get that far. And misses that one high and outside. So 1-2, but Segala with a couple of pitches to give, a couple of balls. She was still ahead of the batter in the count. Swing and a sharply hit ball going right to left field. Angel Jimenez doesn't even have to move. A well-hit ball, but a nice catch out there in left field. So a fly out to position 7 for 3 outs, and Carlsbad gives it a try. They put one runner on base, but they come up short. So the count and the score remains 9-1. We'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball coming up.
Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master. Master Plumbers, 397-9385.
That coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than ever before. Follow Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
No runs on one hit, no errors, and one left on for the Cave Girls in the bottom of the 6th. We head to the top of the 7th. Last chance for the Lady Eagles, and it's the top of the lineup to the plate. And with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Top of the order, Zambrano, Fuentes, Jimenez for Hobbs. Zambrano has worked a couple of walks and reached on an error, but has gotten stranded on first every time she's gotten on base. This is going to miss outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. 13 strikeouts for Fuentes. For Carlsbad, starting pitcher Rivera behind the plate. That's been your battery all game. 1-0 count. Hobbs trying to put some runs across. They have a lot of work to do. If they would have to put 8 runs across to tie it. And that's a tall order against a team that you've barely managed to get, 4 hits? 3 hits. 3 hits, yeah. 1 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th. That's going to catch the outside corner for a call strike. 1-2 the count now on Zambrano. Hobbs may be down to their final 3 outs here unless they were able to get enough runs to tie it up or go ahead. Swing and a grounder that's going to get between short and third, go out to left field. The throw in is crisp, but Zambrano on first with a single. Nicely hit, as that was a hot grounder with eyes that made its way between Ortega and Hernandez. That's going to bring up Fuentes to the plate. 2 strikeouts and a pop out, so 0 for 3 and due. Hobbs would like to get as many runs as possible here and try to break it open. First pitch is spoiled out of play for strike number 1. Hit back out of really over our heads. So 0-1 count, a runner on first, no outs. Now Jimenez on deck and Chavez in the hole for Hobbs. Shadows really starting to lengthen across the field as, let's see, we have now been playing for almost 2 hours in this first game of a doubleheader, and that's going to miss a low and inside for ball 1. 1-1 count. Runner on first. That's Zambrano reaching on the single. Fuentes can get on. Jimenez on deck, Chavez in the hole. That misses outside and gets away from Rivera. It hits her glove, so on the pass ball, Zambrano is going to make it to second. Rivera had to really reach for that, but it did hit her glove, so I would say pass ball rather than a wild pitch. What do you think?
Sure.
It's kind of half of one, half of the other. Sometimes you just have to pick one, but sometimes it really is half and half. Swing and a high fly ball headed out between left and center. Calling for it, though, is Chester in left field. Makes the grab on the run. So a fly out to left field and 1 out now.
And more importantly, not deep enough to get Zambrano over to third. So One down, and Hobbs down to their final 6 strikes.
Mariah Jimenez to the plate now. She has an RBI single to her credit. Walked and got stranded and struck out. So 1 out, a runner on second. And a beautiful pitch right down the pike. Call strike 1. 0-1 count on Jimenez. As Fuentes with the 13 strikeouts and 4 walks in the game. No hit batters. That misses low for ball 1. 1-1 count. 1 out, a runner on second. Chavez on deck, Garcia in the hole. Hobbs just wanting to try to put as many runs across as they can, maybe try to make something happen, break things loose and try to get a lot of runs. And that's going to be a weak grounder over to second baseman. Weldon picks it up, throws it over to Ortega for the second out. So 4-3 in the books, out number 2, but it did move Zambrano over to third, and that brings up the cleanup hitter, Edith Chavez.
And that is the first ground ball out of the game for the Lady Eagles.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. So 2 outs, a runner on third, and Edith Chavez to the plate. Let's see. She had a fly out and a strikeout. And a pop out. And fouls that one out of play for strike number 1. So 2 outs, 0-1 count, runner on third. Hobbs here in the top of the 7th inning, trailing 9-1 against Carlsbad here in the Cave City. First of a doubleheader tonight, district counter, of course. And a swing and a high fly ball. Is it going to be out of play? Yes, it is. Off to the right for strike number 2. So Hobbs down to their last strike here in the top of the 7th. 0-2 count on Chavez. But a runner sitting on third. 2 outs. Hobbs would very much like to get it. You know, every run that you score during district is very important. So
yeah, especially if you wind up with ties and splits and things like that.
You bet. And a little off-speed pitch is going to miss the zone for ball number 1. 1-2 count. 2 outs, a runner on third. 1-2 count on Chavez now. And Fuentes checks her arm. She really is a deliberate worker. She takes her time on the mound. Sharply hit ball between short and third. Finds its way out into third, into left field. Will score 1. An RBI single for Edith Chavez, and Hobbs is still alive. And they put 1 across. Now it's 9-2 with 2 outs, and that brings Allison Garcia to the plate.
Garcia singled out to right back in the 4th. She is 1 for 3. Couple of strikeouts to work around that single, but Hobbs still alive.
Yes, they are. 2 outs, but a runner at first. And 9-2 your score. That misses high for ball 1. 1-0 count. If Garcia could find her way on, Jimenez is on deck and Valenzuela is in the hole. And Garcia had a well-hit ball for her single. She moved to second on that throw and got stranded there. That is going to miss inside as well. 2-0 count. So 2-0. Garcia a chance to bring the runner around and maybe in, and swings under that one and misses for strike 1. So 2-1 count now. Hobbs trailing by 7 here in the top of the 7th inning. 9-2 in Carlsbad. We've been playing for just about 2 hours in this first game now. And is that going to be a call? Strike on the outside corner. Now Hobbs down to their final strike. But it looked grim, and Chavez pulled her RBI single out with 2 strikes on her. So Garcia's still got life at the plate. And a swing and a miss, and now it's all over. So strikeout for out number 3, and that does it as Hobbs loses this one 9-2. And we'll be back to wrap this one up, the first of a doubleheader here We'll be back to wrap it up, then take a break before the second game, Lady Eagles softball. More of it coming up in just a moment.
If it's a ride you like, we'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Game over, 9-2 final score. Carlsbad winning the first of a doubleheader, and with the wrap, here is TJ Miracle.
Thank you very much, Dawn. The final line score in this one for Carlsbad, they get 9 runs on 13 hits. They commit 2 errors, and they leave 8 runners out on the base paths. For Hobbs, 2 runs on 5 hits. They also commit an error, and they leave 9 runners out on the bases. Getting the win in this one is going to be Callian Fuentes. She goes the entire distance, 14 strikeouts to go along with 4 walks. Only one of the runs was earned because of the errors. Taking the loss for the Hobbs Lady Eagles, also going the complete distance, is Carissa Sigala. She finished up with no strikeouts, 3 walks, and 7 of her runs were earned. So got to put this one behind you. Get ready for game 2.
Right. With this loss, Hobbs moves to 10-8 on the season overall. They're 3-2 in district now, and with the win, Carlsbad is 13-6, 5-0 in district. So, yes, about a 20-minute break or so between the games, and we'll be back with the second of this district doubleheader as the Lady Eagles just need to lick their wounds after the 9-2 final in this first game and get ready to try to split this doubleheader with Carlsbad. That's the best they can hope for now, but they could get the job done, and we'll be back with that second game coming up in just a little while. Thanks for watching and listening to Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome into Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan with TJ Miracle, and it's time for Game 2 of this doubleheader in Carlsbad. Hobbs lost the first one 9-2, but ready for the second, and they come up to the plate. Zambrano leading off for Hobbs as she did the last, and the first pitch is in, a call, strike one, 0-1 count. Jackie Fuentes on deck and Mariah Jimenez in the hole. Pitching this game for Carlsbad is Hernandez in the circle. Ortega behind the plate. We'll set the rest of the field in just a moment. Swing and a miss as chasing a high one there. Zambrano anxious to hit and get something started for Hobbs. They're stinging a little from losing that first game. They'd like to split this doubleheader if they can. 0-2 count. Zambrano trying to get something started, and that is going to be a call. Strike on the outside corner. Strikeout number 1 for Hernandez, and that is out number 1. Now Fuentes up to the plate, playing shortstop for Hobbs, and Mariah Jimenez on deck. Chavez in the hole. So 1 out, nobody on. Top of the first in the second game, a swing and a foul out of play off to the right. So for strike 1, and here we go. Hernandez pitching in. Fuentes was the winning pitcher in the first game, and she struck out 13 and walked 4 in that game. So Hobbs wants to put that behind them and try to get something started here, get their bat swinging, and she does. A high fly ball headed out to shallow right, coming under it, can't get it as Madrid was trying and stops the ball, gets behind her though, and that allows Fuentes to get to second, and that's not an error.
No, that's just that's a double as Madrid laid out for it, trying to get to that one and just missed it by that much, and that let it get behind her. Villa cut it off and got it in quickly, but not much they could do as Addison Ralston will check in, looks like to run.
Courtesy run at second base. So it'll be Ralston on second in scoring position for Hobbs. And that is going to be a call.
Oh, no, that is Fuentes.
Strike.
I'm sorry.
Is it Fuentes?
Yeah,
okay.
she was just taking some of the accoutrements over.
Oh, okay.
And I thought I saw 1-5, not 5.
Okay.
So my bad.
All right, so Fuentes remains out on. I thought it would be unusual for her to need a courtesy runner unless she had gotten hurt somehow. But call strike 1, and that is going to miss a little bit outside and high. So even up the count, 1-1 on Fuentes, or on Jimenez rather. Fuentes out on second, 1 out. A runner on second, Chavez on deck, Garcia in the hole for Hobbs. That is Hernandez in the circle for Carlsbad, and a hit into shallow center is going to be a throw-in, a nice throw-in actually, and then moving on the throw will be Jimenez. So she gets on with a single, moves to second on the throw-in, but moves Fuentes over to third. So a couple of well-hit balls, and Hobbs is in business here with a double and a single.
And Hernandez with a 1.58 ERA is the ace of this Carlsbad staff. So far, Hobbs looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're standing up and really being aggressive at the plate. They had a hard time hitting Fuentes in that first game. This one, a swing and a foul back to the screen for strike 1 on Chavez. And Edith Chavez, the catcher in the first game, and she is, she's catching this game as well, actually. So, yeah, and does her own running on the bases most of the time as well. So, 0-1 count, 1 out, a runner on second. Ooh, and that hits the outside corner. Call strike. This ump is being very consistent so far on the outside corner. 0-2 is the count. So Hobbs gonna, if you know what to expect as a batter, then you know what to go for or to swing out or try to spoil off on the corners. That is going to miss high and outside for ball number 1. So 1-2 count on Chavez as Garcia's on deck. Segala in the hole now. Segala, who pitched the first game, will stay in the lineup as a batter but will not be in the field in this game, not to start off with. So 1-2 count. Oh, swing and a miss as Chavez way out in front of that one. And just too anxious to hit. So strikeout number 2, out number 2 for Hobbs. But a runner still in scoring position, and Garcia to the plate. And Garcia had a good, a fairly good game for Hobbs at the, no, she had a single. She was 1 for 4 with a single in the first game. So looking for a little redemption here against a different pitcher. Watches that one, flinches, but doesn't offer. 1-0 the count. Segala on deck, Valenzuela in the hole.
Of course, just 5 hits for Hobbs there in that first game. So
yeah, and Chavez with one of those hits, or actually Garcia with one of those hits. And that is going to be called strike on the outside corner as well. 1-1 count. With Rivera on first, Weldon on second, Katrina Ortega at short, Chester at third for this game for Carlsbad. Swing and a miss, as that was a riser as Hernandez bringing the heat, and it flew up. Garcia swinging under that.
Yeah,
so
tried to hold it up, but just could not check it and wound up going around.
So 1-2 the count, runner on second. Hobbs trying to start off this game and this at bat with at least one run across if they can. That misses outside, 2-2. I think Hernandez given her one just out of the zone off of the outside corner, see if she would chase. She did not. 2-2 count, 2 outs. That misses high and outside for ball 3, runs the count full. If Garcia can get on, Segala on deck, Valenzuela in the hole. And Hobbs, gosh, once again, they had some more scoring opportunities in that first game, but they left too many on base. And that misses low, so Garcia works the walk. And now bases loaded as Fuentes on third, Jimenez on second. And it is Garcia on first. Segala, designated player in this game. Or you might think of it as the DH, designated hitter. A designated player coming up with bases loaded, 2 outs, and Hobbs wanting to score. Get on the board in this one early as they lost 9-2 in that first game. Swing and a foul, pretty sharply hit, but it foul off to the right toward the Carlsbad dugout for strike 1. 0-1 count. Let's see, in the first game, Segala had a single and scored a walk and a strikeout. So she'd like to get Hobbs on the board here, get something started with 2 outs. That's going to just miss the outside corner. That's a dangerous pitch to let go because the ump is calling that outside corner.
Might have been a touch high too.
Yeah,
so.
I think it definitely missed the zone, but it was close. Segala, swing and a miss on the outside corner as Hernandez brought the heat on that. 1-2 count now. Hobbs doesn't want to leave runners on the bases, especially bases loaded. They did that once in that first game. They left 3 on in the top of the 5th inning. That one misses low and outside. So 2-2 the count. So they really need to bring everything in. Fuentes is in left, Villa in center, Madrid in right for Carlsbad to start this game. Some differences in their field positions and batting. And that just misses the outside corner. Run the count full, 3-2 now.
So back-to-back hitters now have worked the count full. It's going to be up to Hernandez to come in with a pretty good pitch here. She does not want to walk the run in. So that'll give you something to hit if you're Segala at the plate.
That's right. Should be a pretty good hittable ball, or if it's outside the zone. And that is going to miss high and inside for ball 4, and she does walk. So that's an RBI walk for Segala.
Second walk issued, and Hobbs is on the board early, 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0. Fuentes crossing the plate, moves everybody else around. Jimenez at third. Garcia at second, and that brings up Valenzuela to the plate. Another capable hitter for Hobbs if she can lace into something. And that's high and inside for ball 1 as well. So 2 walks, 2 strikeouts so far for Hernandez in the circle.
And 2 hits.
And 2 hits. Lots of 2s. 2 outs, 1 run across.
How about a 2-out, 2-run double now?
I like that. Let's see if Valenzuela can hear you and deliver. That misses outside, broke a little too much. 2-0 count.
And Hernandez struggling to find the zone here early for the Cave Girls.
And Hobbs just, especially now, Valenzuela is ahead in this count. She needs to just make Hernandez pitch to her A swing and a high fly ball. Is it out of the park? Going back. It's all the way to the wall, and Fuentes has to play it off the wall. It scores 1. It scores 2. It's going to be a 2 RBI double.
Did I just call that?
You did. Valenzuela with a 2 RBI double and puts Hobbs up 3-0 now here in the top of the first. So Jimenez scores. Garcia scores. Sigala moves over to third, and Valenzuela on second. And that brings up Angel Jimenez, left fielder for Hobbs. First pitch is going to be a fastball, and it is going to be a strike, a call strike on Jimenez. So a lot of pop in the glove at Hernandez, a little frustrated, showing that with some heat in the zone. Runners at second and third for Hobbs, 2 outs, and that's going to hit the outside corner. Yep, call strike. 0-2 count now.
Yeah, with a 1.58 ERA and 3 runs in the first inning, that's not going to help her numbers any.
So Hobbs would like to keep this going. They're up 3-0 here in their first at bat, as they would like to split this doubleheader for Carlsbad. And that misses high and outside for ball 1. 1-2. If Jimenez can find a way on, Rodriguez is on deck, and then top of the order back to Zambrano. And lights are on here. It's not quite dark yet. High fly ball, but it's out of play off to the right. So count remains 1-2. Let's see. Angel Jimenez in the first game. Oh, 3 strikeouts. So she's got some redemption, something to prove at the bat in this game. So looking to try to keep the line moving for Hobbs here with 2 outs, runners at second and third. Swing, and that one out of play off to the right as well. So Jimenez fighting off a couple of pitches here, staying alive at the plate, looking to get a hit and maybe keep moving runners across the plate for Hobbs. You got to get you really need to get the early jump on Carlsbad. Any game you can, if you can, as many runs as you can put across. And that misses inside, as Ortega doing a nice job blocking that, keeping that from getting past her. But the count even now, 2-2. 2 outs, 3 runs across for Hobbs. Runners at second and third, though. And Jimenez at the plate. Swing and a high fly ball into right field. I think it could drop. Nope, coming over to make the grab.
Dropped.
It did. It dropped. Madrid was coming over to make the grab, but it dropped in front of her, and that scores 1. And that's going to be an RBI. That scored, yep.
Single, yeah.
Yep, RBI single, although she made it over to second base on the throw-in. So you want to call that a double or go ahead and RBI single?
Yeah, it's a single because she moved to second on the throw-in.
I agree, and that's how I've got it scored. So it did score 1, though. So Hobbs now up 4 with runners at second and third again. 4-0. And bottom of the order, it is Anaya Rodriguez, the pitcher, to the plate. That is going to just miss, although Ortega held the glove up for a while, trying to give the umpire time to change her mind, but she did call that outside. So 2-0 the count on Rodriguez now. Pitcher on pitcher duel. That comes in on the inside corner. Yes, it does. Had a little movement on it. Rodriguez jumped back like it was going to be really inside, across the inside corner, but it was in the zone. 2-1 the count now. 2 outs, runners at second and third, and that is going to be an across the inside, a little lower, that really down around the knees, but across the inside corner, call strike 2. So 2-2 on Rodriguez now. Hobbs down to their final strike in this at bat, and it is a strike. A swing and a miss for strikeout number 3, out number 3, but not before Hobbs puts 4 runs across. They do it 4-0, moving to the bottom of the first, ahead of Carlsbad, but lots of softball left to play, and we'll be back with more of it.
This week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thruthway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
4 runs on 4 hits, no errors committed by the Cave Girls, and 2 runners left on for the Lady Eagles. We head to the bottom of the first. Hobbs 4, Carlsbad coming to bat, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. TJ Miracle here with me in Carlsbad, the second of a doubleheader, and Hobbs losing the first 9-2 and up big in their first at bat, 4-0. Now they have to worry about containing the Carlsbad bats and trying to keep the upper hand here. Up first is Bianca Villa, left-handed batter, and the first pitch comes in. It is a ball. So Villa is up first. Weldon on deck, Ortega in the hole, as Rodriguez is in the circle for Hobbs. Chavez behind the plate. Second pitch fouled off, out of play, off to the left for strike one. 1-1 count. Garcia's at first for Hobbs. Zambrano at second. Fuentes at short. And Valenzuela at third. It's Angel Jimenez in left, Mariah Jimenez in center, and Rangel in right. And a swing and a miss. Well, no, I think she caught a piece of it and fouled it back to the screen for strike 2. So 1-2 count on Villa. I was looking back in that first game. Villa infield single, RBI triple and scored. A single and got stranded or got thrown out, and a fly out. And she lets that one go. A call strike, and she is out. Strikeout number 1 for Rodriguez.
And the first strikeout of the night for Hobbs pitching.
So strikeout and went down looking. So let me turn my K around there officially. Out number 1, Weldon up to the plate now, second baseman for Carlsbad. First pitch is in, it's a good one, but it misses the zone just a bit, just a little outside and high for ball 1. So 4-0 is your score here. Hobbs was able to put 4 runs across, and they left 2 on base. Ooh, a line drive shot out into left field will drop in for a hit as Angel Jimenez comes in and makes the grab, and a nice throw in to keep Weldon on first with a single. That brings Katrina Ortega, the shortstop, up to the plate. Madrid is on deck, and Chester in the hole for Carlsbad. 1 out, 1 on. Hobbs leading 4-0, bottom of the first inning here in the second of a doubleheader, and that misses outside for ball number 1.
Rodriguez on the season just with slightly over 1 ERA. So the junior hurler has done a pretty good job for the Lady Eagles in limited appearances.
A high fly ball out of play off to the left for strike 1 on Ortega. 1-1 the count now. 1 out, a strikeout, a single, and third person up to bat. That's going to miss for ball 2 as well. Batting fourth is Ali Madrid, right fielder. Batting fifth is number 6, Michaela Chester. That misses high and outside for ball 3. 3-1 the count now. Batting sixth is Aubrey Hernandez. 7th is Kalian Fuentes. 8th is Kendra Ortega. And 9th is Faith Revere. And ball 4. So after a strikeout and a single, Ortega works the walk. First walk issued by Rodriguez. And that brings up Ali Madrid, the cleanup hitter, to the plate for Carlsbad. Again, this is a different batting order, batting lineup than we saw in the first game.
Madrid went 4 for 4 in that first game.
A swing and a foul ball caught by Garcia. She did a nice job drifting back and catching that on the turnaround. Had to work around the Carlsbad coach there in the first base box. So out number 2. So a nice foul pop to position 3 for out number 2, and that brings Michaela Chester to the plate, playing third base. And the first pitch is swung on, and a line drive shot over to Zambrano, and that's it. So a line drive to position 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up, 3 down. So Hobbs gets out of a jam. Carlsbad puts one batter on base, but no runs across. We'll be back with the top of the second inning. Hobbs leading 4-0. More on the way.
Mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Oh, yes! Strike! Good times, baby! Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get at Bel Air Bowl, the only place to bowl for nearly 100 miles around. You can grab a snack and bowl, play pool, or even video arcade. They're the perfect place for a birthday party. Bel Air Bowl has got you covered and can make it happen. Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They are located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl.
For Carlsbad, no runs on 1 hit, no errors committed by Hobbs, and 2 runners left stranded. We head to the second. Hobbs 4, Carlsbad nothing. With the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ Miracle. As we go to the top of the second inning, and it is the bottom of the order, it's the top of the order. Zambrano Fuentes Jimenez up for Hobbs. And the first pitch is going to be a ball. So Zambrano struck out her first time up. But Hobbs was able to plate 4 in their first at-bat. 4-0 is your score here in the top of the second. A chopper going over to first base. Rivera gets it and then goes over and takes it herself.
Just a little inside-out swing. Caught it kind of on the handle and bounced it over. Rivera able to handle it about 10 feet off the bag at first and then move over, tap the bag in plenty of time. 3
unassisted for 1 out. That brings Jackie Fuentes, the shortstop, up to the plate. She hit a double and scored her first time up, so this is her second plate appearance. Swing and a high fly ball is being called by the second baseman. Weldon coming up under it, makes the grab and the catch. Just like that. What about 3 pitches in? And we've got 2 outs already.
Pretty efficient there for Hernandez.
Pop to position 4 for out number 2. Jimenez, the center fielder, up to the plate. She hit a single. Jimenez hit a single and scored her first time up. Second plate appearance.
Also stole a base.
Yep, and 2 outs with nobody on. That hits the inside corner. Call strike 1. So 0-1 count. If she could get on, Chavez is on deck. Garcia's in the hole for Hobbs. Again, they're wanting to increase their lead and their runs here. Carlsbad put 6 runs across and 1 at bat last game. So Hobbs knows they need as many runs as they can. Floats high and outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the second. That stays high as well. So 2-1 the count. Chavez on deck, Garcia in the hole for Hobbs. They'd like to get a 2-out rally going here. Oh. Swing and a miss. So count is 2-2, as that was a good pitch by Hernandez. Fastball over the outside corner. Would have been a call strike, I think. So Jimenez cutting a little under it and bat a little short for that. That's going to miss a little too low for ball 3. Okay, full count on Jimenez. 2 outs, nobody on.
Third full count of the ball game that Hobbs has worked through an inning and 2/3.
With Hernandez, a different pitcher, pitching this one for Carlsbad in the second of this doubleheader. Swing and foul back to stay alive. Count remains full on Jimenez, fighting off a pitch there. Looking to get something started for Hobbs, as I think they're feeling a lot more confident in this one. Up with 4 runs across in their first at bat. and misses. Ball hits the ground before it gets there for walk number 3.
Yeah, third walk issued by Hernandez, so Hobbs took advantage of the walks in the first inning. Let's see if they can do it with 2 outs here in the second.
Yeah, we did not see, of course, that was a tournament game when Hobbs beat Carlsbad 11-10 in 8 innings earlier, a couple weeks ago. I wonder if this was the pitcher that they saw or whether Hernandez pitched part or all of that game possibly. High pop fly, and calling for it's the catcher, and she cannot hang on to it.
Yeah, and actually it was Rivera, the first baseman, who had that one tick off of her glove. So.
Okay, great. There's a computer screen in the way. I'm glad that you're sitting over there on the right, that you can see that. I can see the results of what happens over there sometimes. Just can't see it as it's happening, so thank you. So
it winds up just being kind of a oopsie strike, but again, miscommunication between Ortega and Rivera as to whose ball that was supposed to be.
0-1 count now. 2 outs. Runner on first. That hits the zone for sure over the outside corner right at the knees, so 0-2 count. 0-2. Chavez striking out her first time up. Something to prove here. Trying to increase Hobbs' lead. They're up 4-0. Oh, swing and tip. Yep, stays alive.
Got just a piece of it.
Just enough.
Chavez, the cleanup hitter, not having the series that she would want.
No,
she went 1 for 4 in the first game.
Yeah, she's a much better hitter than this, and so she's anxious, I think. Sometimes that can make you too anxious and work against you at the bat. Sometimes it gives you some good momentum. Oh, a nice hit is going to drop in just behind second base, shallow center, and Villa comes up and makes the stop and the throw in, but Chavez on with a single, and that moves Jimenez over to second. So nice work with 2 strikes on her, fouling off and then hitting straight away a single, and that brings up Allison Garcia to the plate. Hobbs would love to get some more runs here. 2 outs, runners on first and second. Allison Garcia, the first baseman, to the plate. She walked and scored her first time up. So Hobbs wanting to keep the line moving here. Swing and a miss. As Garcia a little anxious on that. 2 outs, runners at first and second. 0-1 the count on your batter. Garcia, Segala on deck, Valenzuela in the hole. That rises up out of the zone for ball number 1. 1-1.
And if you're Hobbs, don't help the Carlsbad pitcher in this game. 14 strikeouts in the first. Got to make them pitch to you.
That misses outside for ball number 2. As so far in this one, Hernandez has struck out 2 and walked 3.
Struck out 3 and walked 3.
3, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I've got that backwards. She struck out 1, 2, 3, made all 3 outs in the first at bat for Hobbs, but Hobbs put 4 across the plate, so not a good trade-off if you're a pitcher there. This one, 3-1 now, 3-1 the count. 3 walks. Oh, and there's a strike.
Yeah, got a good pitch to hit, but just came up under it.
So full count, 3-2, runners on first and second. And a pitch and a high fly ball going out to center field. Coming under it is Villa, and she makes the grab and hangs on to it. So Hobbs threatens but can't move a runner across. They put 2 on, but 3 outs and they're done. Score remains 4-0. We go to the bottom of the second inning. More Hobbs Lady Eagles softball coming up on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Divine Energy Services in the Permian Basin. Divine is more than just an amazing partner in the oil field. They are committed to the youth in the Permian Basin as well. From academics to athletics, you can be assured that Divine is supporting it. Remember Divine Energy for all of your oil field needs. Divine Energy Services, supporting the Permian Basin and the Hobbs Eagles since 2006.
First America Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
And welcome back for Hobbs. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. They leave 2 stranded. We head to the bottom of the second. Hobbs leading 4-0. Here's Dawn.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. It is 6-7-8 due up for Carlsbad. It's Hernandez, Fuentes, Ortega. Hobbs leading 4-0. Rodriguez with a pitch, high fly ball headed out to between center and right, calling for it. And making the grab is Mariah Jimenez, center fielder.
Good job by Jimenez on the run to get over into the alley. It didn't look like Rangel was going to get there, but Jimenez with good speed managed to come out, and it was on the glove side, so reached out, kind of snow-coned on her a little, used 2 hands, but gets the out.
Rangel was moving too, and they crossed each other on the way to that good catch. So it was a well-hit ball, but Jimenez robbing Hernandez of a hit and 1 out. So Fuentes up to the plate now. First pitch is a strike. 0-1 count, 1 out, nobody on. Ortega on deck, Rivera in the hole. And that pitch comes in. It's a ball. Gets away from Chavez, but nobody on base, so no problem. 1-1 count, 1 out. Hobbs would like to get outs efficiently here. Get back in the dugout, increase their lead. 4-0 here. The bottom of the second, they need to contain Carlsbad, keep them from getting anything started. That misses outside for ball 2. So 2-0 count. Kalian Fuentes pitched the first game, was the winning pitcher. And that misses low and inside for ball 3. 3-1 the count. And Fuentes pitched a heck of a game for Carlsbad. 13 strikeouts, 4 walks. And now looking to help her team at the bat. 3-1 count, and that hits the outside corner. Yep, call strike. Full count now as 1 out, nobody on. Good to try to get this batter. Swing and a high fly ball. Center fielder calling for it. Yeah, or who's calling? Nope. Yep, she got it.
Nope, it
dropped. Okay. Thank you very much. Again, can't see over the head there. So
and a little bit of miscommunication there. Zambrano turned the wrong way going out there as Jimenez was coming in, but I think Zambrano had called her off, and it just fell between them. If Zambrano turns the other way, I think they get her, but it'll be a hit for Carlsbad.
Yeah, a single, no error on it. I think that was a catchable ball, but it would have had to been handled a little better and a little differently, but not one that you could put the error on anybody. Ortega at the plate, 1 out, 1 on, and another high fly ball, this one in the infield. And again, it should have been caught, but the ball does get thrown to second, and they
infield
get the
fly rule should have been on there, but I guess it wasn't.
And they get an out of it anyway.
Get the lead runner. So.
Yeah, they do. So again, it was a high fly ball, and everybody wanted it. It ended up being Rodriguez calling everybody off, going for it, but Zambrano and Fuentes were both there. But the lead run thrown out, 1 throw out to second base. Ortega with an 0-1 count. This pitch comes in. It's going to even things up. Oh, nope, it's going to be a strike, 0-2 count. So, So 2 outs now. And that's going to be out of play, fouled off to the left. So count remains 0-2. As 2 outs, a runner on first after the force out at second. And that means Ortega reached on the fielder's choice. So Rivera with a 1-2 count on her now. A runner on first, 2 outs. Hobbs just needs to concentrate on getting this 3rd out. They don't want to give up any runs. Got a 4-0 lead now. Swing and a high pop out of play. Chavez threw off her mask, but that one went over. I heard it hit. I think it may have hit the top of of the announcer's booth. I don't know. Strike nonetheless, and the count remains 1-2. Left-handed batter. Playing first base. Swing and a miss. Strikeout, out number 3, and that is the second strikeout for Rodriguez as Rivera goes down swinging. 4 up, 3 down, and there were no runs on the 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We're going to go to the top of the 3rd inning. Hobbs coming back up to the bat. They lead 4-0. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball coming up.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
It's me, Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master. Master Plumbers, 397-9385.
Welcome.
No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on for Carlsbad. We head to the top of the 3rd inning. Hobbs leading this one 4-0, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. It is 6-7-8 due up for Hobbs. Gala Valenzuela Jimenez. And Hobbs, as you said, leading 4-0. Segala up, the designated player in this game, pitcher in the first game. She reached on a walk and scored her first time up. This is her second plate appearance. Hobbs looking to increase their lead here in this top of the 3rd inning. First pitch comes in high for ball 1. 3 strikeouts, 3 walks issued by Hernandez in the circle for Carlsbad here in this second game. That hits the inside corner. Yes, it does. 1-1 is the count on Segala. Valenzuela on deck, Jimenez in the hole. And Hobbs putting 4 across in their first at bat. I think confident. As they had trouble. There's a swing and a miss. As that ball, I think, kind of rose a little bit. It was maybe at the top of the zone. Segala swinging under that just a little bit. That misses outside, way outside. 3-1 the count. So Hobbs definitely had some trouble hitting 2-2. All right, 2-2, not 3-1. Hobbs had trouble with Fuentes, the pitcher, in that first game. That kept them from having the offensive production that they would have liked. But off to a good start here on this one, and that's going to miss inside and high. And that will be a full count now. Run the count full.
And the count did go full on Segala her last time.
I was I was looking at that, just about to say that. So yeah, it's like it looks like it was full. And this time it does not go well. A strikeout.
Takes a big hack at it. Comes up empty.
1 out. Nobody on, and Valenzuela, the third baseman, up to the plate. She had an RBI double her last time up, got stranded.
But hit it hard out to left
did.
field. Yeah, the 2 RBI double.
I said two RBI double. And that one hits the outside corner for strike 1. 1 out, nobody on. With a well-hit ball her last time. Jimenez up next. She also hit an RBI single her last time. And that is going to miss and even the count up at 1-1. 4-0 lead, but never enough against a good team, capable team. High fly ball out of play off to the right, and that will be a strike. 1-2 the count now on Valenzuela. So Hobbs with a really good start. Lots to be proud of here early on. Just want to protect that lead and add to it if they can. This is a different battery. Hernandez in the circle, Ortega behind the plate for Carlsbad here in this second of the doubleheader. Ooh, right down the pike, a call, strike, and Valenzuela knew it. Wow, that was a good one to try to hit, but she goes down looking, and that's the fourth strikeout now. Fifth? Okay. 3 in the first, and now 2 in the top of the third. So 3 + 2 is 5. You're so correct. Jimenez now up at the plate, left fielder. RBI single, got stranded her last time up. First pitch comes in, and it is going to be a strike. So 0-1 count.
I don't guarantee I'll be on the number after this because I've only got 5 fingers on one hand. So
Rodriguez is on deck, and Zambrano in the hole. Hobbs would like to get that far. A swing and a foul off out of play to the right for strike number 2 as Hernandez is picking up a little speed as she goes along here. It looks like she's still not quite as consistent hitting the zone as Fuentes, but she's picking up a little more speed on the Hobbs batters here. And that is out of play as well. And Hernandez, of course, not just throwing hard, but she's starting to throw pretty smart and hit the outside corner, as this ump is definitely calling that outside corner. And so she is starting to really live there and putting a little heat on it, varying the speeds a little bit though. 0-2 count. That one misses high and outside. Jimenez rather protecting the plate with an 0-2 count. Flinched on this. Flinched but didn't swing. 1-2 count. Hernandez still ahead in the count. And that is going to miss inside and low for ball 2. 2-2 the count. Switched it up from the outside corner to the inside. Took a little speed off of it as well. 2-2 count. And a swing and a grounder over to short, and she bobbles it as Katrina tried to scoop it up and was thinking too much about the throw, I think, and didn't have control of it and just kind of skipped it, lost control. So an E6.
Yeah, and that's one of them. You don't go and get it with your glove. You need to take the right line to get that one with your hand, just because you got time and things can move, and they did that time. So, hey, we'll get on the air and see what we can do with Rodriguez at the plate.
So error on 6, Jimenez at first, and the first pitch is in, and it's going to be a ball. 1-0 the count on Rodriguez. Anaya Rodriguez, the pitcher, at the plate, struck out her first time up. 2 outs, a runner on first. Hobbs looking to increase their 4-0 lead here, and that hits the outside corner. A nice pitch. Rodriguez kind of flinched on it, crouched, and didn't offer. 1-1 count. Hobbs with a chance here, a base runner with 2 outs. Switch. Brought that one up just a little, and Rodriguez swinging under that, and a little behind it as well. 1-2 the count now. 2 outs, a runner on first. A swing and a miss. So strikeout number 5.
6.
Okay. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 in the first, 3 in the third, and Hobbs puts a runner on but can't move her around. No runs, but we go to the bottom of the third inning. We'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball.
That coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than ever before. Follow Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Like Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
No runs, no hits, one error committed by the Cave Girls, and one runner left on for the Lady Eagles to the bottom of the third. Hobbs still up 4-0. Here's Dawn.
Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sport YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. First pitch in on the top of the order. That is Bianca Villa up to the plate. And the first pitch is high for ball one. So Villa struck out her first plate appearance. That misses outside for ball number 2.
Looked like that one might have caught Rodriguez's hip a little bit.
On deck is Weldon. Ortega in the hole. As Carlsbad looking to get something started. Hobbs leading this one 4-0 here in the bottom of the third. Swing and a miss as Weldon cuts under it, a little behind it as well. So 2-1 is the count on Weldon.
Villa.
Oh, Villa, rather. Yeah, sorry. Villa looking to get something started for Carlsbad. And 2-2 the count now, so count even. Paris Weldon on deck, Ortega in the hole. Hobbs wanting to limit Carlsbad like they did in the bottom of the second inning. It was 4 up, 3 down. And
the first full count of the ball game worked by Villa, leading off here in the third.
3-2 is the count. Swing and a high pop fly as the first baseman calls for it. Garcia comes over near the circle and it makes the grab. So a pop out to position 3 for out number 1. And Weldon now to the plate. She hit a single and got stranded her first time up. This is her second plate appearance. Hobbs still leading 4-0 here. In this second of a doubleheader, a swing and a little weak pop back right to the circle. Rodriguez has to climb the ladder and get it, grab it, and hang on to it. As Weldon pops out to position 1 for out number 2. And Ortega up to the plate now for Hobbs. As Carlsbad having a little bit of trouble with Rodriguez in the circle. Not making... Oh, and there's a hard hit. Well, that's sharply hit down the third base line, but goes foul for strike number 1. As, Carlsbad has only gotten a few solid contacts. They had a single in the first, they had a single in the second, and they fouled off several. And this pitch comes in, swing and a miss. So strike 2, 0-2 now the count. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Ortega up, Madrid on deck, Chester in the hole. Swing and a hard hit ball out to deep left, and it's going to hit the fence. Jimenez out there. Angel throws it in, but it's going to be a stand-up double. And Ortega is in scoring position for Carlsbad. A well-hit ball. And nobody had a chance to catch that out there. It was well played, actually. Angel Jimenez playing it off of the wall, making a good throw in. And that's going to bring up Madrid, the cleanup hitter, to the plate for Carlsbad. 2 outs, a runner on second. And the first pitch is going to be a strike.
Brings a break over at number 9, Allie Madrid.
And Madrid popped out to the first baseman her first time up. This is her second plate appearance. Oh, a swing and a high fly ball out to right field. Coming up under it, making the grab and hanging on to it is Rangel. So a fly out to position 9 for out number 3. And 4 up, 3 down as this time Carlsbad threatens, but can't move the runner in. So there were no runs on 1 hit. No errors, 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs still leading 4-0. More Lady Eagles softball coming up.
specials are going on this week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thriftway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company, leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics.
Through the first 3 innings of the ball game, your line score: Hobbs 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors and 5 runners left on base. Carlsbad, no runs, 3 hits. They've committed an error and they've left 4 on. We head to the 4th, and here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And it is top of the 4th and top of the order for Hobbs. Zambrano, Fuentes, and Jimenez due up. Hobbs wanting to increase their lead, and that's over the plate at the knees for call strike 1, as Zambrano was thrown out at first and struck out. She's 0 for 2, looking to get something started for Hobbs here. On a sharply hit ball down the first base line, but goes foul, as just kind of snapped the bat a little late on that. 0-2 count. Zambrano followed by Fuentes, and then Mariah Jimenez coming up, as it is hot in this announcer's booth now. What breeze we had earlier kind of has died, and there's just no air moving through here now. Swing, and that one's fouled off to the screen on the right as well, so count remains 0-2. Zambrano fighting it off, staying alive at the plate. That's going to miss low for ball number 1. So Zambrano with a careful eye. She's got to be careful. 2 strikes on her. She's got to be protecting the plate as well. Swing and a high fly ball headed out to left field, and drifting back for it is Fuentes. Makes the grab. So Zambrano gives it a ride, but flies out to position 7 for out number 1. Fuentes up to the plate now. Fuentes doubled and scored her first time up, and she popped out to the second baseman her second time up. So 1 for 2. Looking to get something started for Hobbs, increase their lead 4-0 here in the top of the 4th. And that stays high for ball 1. Jimenez on deck and Chavez in the hole for Hobbs. It's Mariah Jimenez on deck. Pitches in, and it hits the inside corner for strike 1. So 1-1 the count. Finally a breeze, or maybe that's the fan.
I think there is an overworked air conditioner over here.
Okay.
So.
Whew. That is high for ball number 2 as well. So 2-0, 1 out, nobody on. Jimenez on deck, Chavez in the hole. Hobbs would like to increase that lead. They put all 4 runs across in their first at bat, and they have not scored since then. Swat and miss. 2-2 now.
Got to stay planted, as Fuentes had the happy feet there, was kind of dancing around, and hard to get set and stable and make good contact when your feet are moving.
And here we go. Swing and a foul off as well. So she stays alive at the plate. 2-2 count remains. Hobbs again getting a getting a hit in that top of the second. Not being able to bring him around, struck out 3 times in the third. So trying to repeat the success of their first at bat here. And another one fouled off by Fuentes. So she's staying tough at the plate, fouling off some, looking to find one to straighten out, get a hit with.
And you got a huge hole up the middle with Ortega and Weldon both shading over towards their bags a little bit respectively.
Swing and a chopper is going to be fielded by the shortstop, and the throw is going to be, is it in time?
Not in time.
Not in time. Again, that everything on the right side there is a little bit beyond me. So Fuentes beats it out, an infield single for her.
But a nice job by Ortega. Had to come over, reach across and get it, and then a long throw over. Good speed by Fuentes, though, so Hobbs gets the infield single.
Yeah, and I really thought that ball was going to get through the hole there. Ortega did a nice job just getting to it and then having to make that long throw. And a little bunt is going to be picked up by Rivera and thrown back to first, and she is out, but she did move the runner. So Fuentes over on second, and Mariah Jimenez with the sack bunt for out number 2. And that brings up Edith Chavez to the plate. Chavez had a single and got stranded her last time up, struck out her first time. Third plate appearance. Looking to get a 2-out rally going for Hobbs so they can try to increase their 4-0 lead here in the top of the 4th. That hit the outside corner for call strike. This ump has been pretty consistent about that outside corner for both pitchers and calling the inside corner as well. So 0-1 the count, 2 outs, a runner on second in scoring position for Hobbs. Swing and a roll right back to the circle. Hernandez reaches up, makes the grab. So a little line drive shot. Back to the center circle, that is, to the pitcher, and 3 out. So that's it. 4 up, 3 down. Hobbs puts one on, can't move around. So once again, we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. 4-0 is your score. Lady Eagles softball. More of it coming up.
Mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Oh, yes! Strike! Good times, baby! Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get at Bel Air Bowl, the only place to bowl for nearly 100 miles around. You can grab a snack and bowl, play pool, or even video arcade. They're the perfect place for a birthday party. Bel Air Bowl has got you covered and can make it happen. Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They are located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl.
No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on as we hit the halfway mark of this one. Carlsbad coming to bat. Hobbs leading 4-0. Here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you. Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. It's 5, 6, and 7 due up in the lineup for Carlsbad. First pitch is hit, and it drops into shallow left as running full out and diving for it was Angel Jimenez, but couldn't get to it. So that is, I think she did all she could to get to it. She got a glove on it. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give it a single, yeah.
All right.
Because she had to lay out for it and dive for it. I think it becomes a single.
A single, and Chester moves over to second on the throw. Is that what you're thinking?
No,
she made it.
Well, she went to second when it bounced past her. So.
Okay, so a single. Now Hernandez, with a runner in scoring position, flied out to center field, got good solid contact on the ball, but got robbed by a pretty good catch out there. Now no outs, a runner on second, and Hernandez to the plate, Fuentes on deck, Ortega in the hole. First pitch is going to be a strike. So, now third pitch, I said, 1 and 2 is going to be the count. Sharply hit ball is going to get through into the hole and past Rangel and right. It'll score 1, and moving over to third as the throw comes in is Chester came in, and Hernandez makes it over to third. So
Yeah.
not an RBI. Not an RBI because there's an error, right?
She scored on the she scored on the error as Rangel just misplayed it.
Okay,
so that puts Carlsbad on the board and with a runner at third now.
Yeah, I saw it get past her, but I didn't see if she made contact with her glove or not.
Yeah,
so.
Single and then a 2-base error.
All right. So one score, 4-1 is your score, no outs, and Carlsbad threatening to have a breakout at bat here in this bottom of the 4th inning. Hobbs needs to try to contain everything, seal this off, and work on getting outs. But Kalian Fuentes to the plate. Hit a single and got thrown out. Her first time up. First pitch comes in, it's going to be a ball. So no outs, 1 run scored, a runner on third. Ortega on deck, Rivera in the hole. That misses outside for ball number 2, as Rodriguez needs to just settle things down. I know she's feeling the pressure with no outs, a run scored, and a runner on third.
Well, and at this point, you would trade the run for the out there just to kind of get things back settled in.
Swing and a miss. So 2-1 is the count now. Ortega on deck, Rivera in the hole, and the bottom of the order is a good place to get these outs. Swing and a foul off to the Carlsbad dugout for strike 2. Getting this batter would be huge for Rodriguez, and the Lady Eagles really need it. As Carlsbad building some momentum here at this. That misses low and inside. Runs account full, 3-2 now. No outs, a runner on third. Hobbs needing this out. As you said, may be willing to trade the run, but if you can get the out without giving up the run, that's great, even better. And a foul back to the screen to stay alive on a full count. As Fuentes, looking at the first game, not only pitched, but helped. She had a couple of strikeouts, a pop out, and a fly out. She was 0 for 4 in that first game at the plate. And that misses, and ball 4. Oh, boy.
Second walk of the ball game issued by Rodriguez.
She's got a couple of strikeouts to go with that, but now runners at the corners, first and third with no outs. And Kendra Ortega, the catcher, up to the plate. She reached on a fielder's choice, got stranded her last time up. This is just her second plate appearance, and that pitch comes in. A throw down to second base, does not get her, and the throw gets away, and the runner gets over to third safely, and it scores the run. So a comedy of error, just what you didn't want to see. That's such a dangerous move.
Yeah, another error costs them another run.
So now it's 4-2 with no outs and a runner on third. And Ortega at the plate with an 0-1 count. Wow. Loretta. Hobbs needs to pull it back in, refocus. There's a swing and a miss. So 0-2 count. A 1-2 count, rather. A swing and a hit off the end of the bat. It's going to be a foul out of play off to the right. So count remains 1-2 on Ortega. Rivera is on deck, and then it's top of the order via no outs. Hobbs has got to get their focus back, try to concentrate on 1 out at a time. 4-2 is your score. And Carlsbad's poised to break this wide open here if Hobbs doesn't rein it back in. 2-2 count. There is a line drive shot out into left field, and that'll score 1. Well played by Jimenez. She gets it in and holds it to, or a single, but Ortega with an RBI single sits on first. And now it's a 4-3 ball game and still no outs. And well, that brings up Faith Rivera, the first baseman, to the plate. She struck out her first time up. She strikes at the first pitch she sees. It goes out of play off to the left for strike one. No outs, a runner on first. 3 runs across. Hobbs came into this at bat up 4-0, and they're watching that lead disappear.
3 hits and 2 errors. Yeah, that has disappeared completely.
And that's going to miss the outside corner for ball 1, 1-1 count.
And if you're Rodriguez, all you can do here is just continue to pitch your game. Your defense has kind of let you down, but I realize easier said than done.
And that hit her hip on the way around, and that little bump, I think, changed the course of that ball. 2-1 the count. Swing and a strike back, or a hit back to the screen for strike number 2. Good pitch. As Rodriguez bearing back down. But Carlsbad starting to feel like they just want to take over, and Hobbs needs to keep them from being able to do that. Got to get outs, got to get outs. That misses the outside corner. Is it a call? Nope. So full count, 3-2 now. Full count. As a runner on first. 3 runs across in this at bat for Carlsbad. Bottom of the 4th inning here. It's now a 1-run ball game. Swing and a foul back out of play again as Rivera staying tough at the plate. As it's a battle. Rodriguez versus Rivera. Rivera fouling off a few here. Swing and a sharply hit ball out in right field. Bounces and Rangel picks it up, throws it in. And it's going to be a single. It's going to put Ortega to third, though. So now runners at the corners and still no outs.
And here's the danger zone because you're turning it back over to the top of the lineup. And even though Villa has not had a great night, she's not the leadoff hitter for nothing.
So no outs.
And Hobbs going to have a quick meeting at the mound.
Yep. As just to kind of try to regroup, make sure they kind of try to cool the momentum that Carlsbad has built. Cool them down just a little bit. Try to, anyway.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 hits in the first 5 batters and a walk to go with it. And so all the Cave Girls, of course, with nobody out, that have come to the plate have reached, and 3 of the 5 have scored, and the other 2 are out there creating a little traffic now.
So the meeting is over. Back to the batter. No outs. And Villa at the plate. Shows bunt. Pulls the bat back in time. The pitch high and outside for ball 1. If Villa gets on, Weldon's on deck. Ortega's in the hole. Has no outs here. And Lady Eagles, wheels threatening to come off here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A bunt and a beautiful one as coming in on it, scooping it up with her glove. Should have been her hand. And that's going to score 1 and put runners at 2nd and 3rd. So an E1 as Rodriguez came in and bobbled the ball, and that puts Villa on 2nd. She moved over to 2nd.
Yeah, the run will score on the E1. Villa will reach on the fielder's choice, and good Carlsbad called the squeeze right there, and it kind of confused Hobbs just a little bit, and now they've tied it up with runners at 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, fielder's choice for Villa, and she moved over to 2nd, and now Rivera on 3rd, and still no outs. So a tough place for Hobbs to be in as they just try to get out of this inning, 1 out at a time. But it's a new ball game because it's tied up 4-all, and that pitch comes in and it's a strike. So 0-2 the count now on Weldon.
Weldon singled in the first, then popped out back to
the
Rodriguez,
pitcher.
yep.
Mm-hmm. So 1 for 2. And a high fly ball headed out to center field. Mariah Jimenez has it, but the runners tag up and then move. So a sac fly by Weldon scores 1, a sac fly RBI. And that brings in Rivera. And Villa moves over to third, and Weldon is on first. So runners at the corners.
No, she was out.
Oh, no, she was out. That's right. She was out. Sorry about that. Sac fly, RBI, but 1 out.
And finally, the first out of the inning.
Finally, yes. Ortega at the plate now, and a 1-0 count on her. Hit a double and got stranded. Walked and got stranded. Swing and a high fly ball headed out to left field. Jimenez coming under it and grabs it on the run and makes the throw in, but it will score run. So Ortega with a sac fly RBI and out number 2. And now the bases are cleaned off, and Carlsbad is up by 2, 6-4. That is going to bring up Ali Madrid, and with her, Carlsbad has now batted around here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 outs, nobody on. Hobbs really needs to get this 3rd out, then get in the dugout and try to get those couple of runs back. 6 runs across here in the bottom of the 4th by Carlsbad. First pitch is in. It's a call strike.
0-2 now.
Yeah, 0-2, sorry. 0-2 the count. 2 outs and a little foul back to the screen. No chance to get that, though. Count remains 0-2.
Carlsbad with a 7-run 3rd inning in the first game.
And a swing and a miss, and strike 3. So that is strikeout number 3. And finally, that at-bat over. Carlsbad batted around. They put 6 runs across. And, wow, now they lead by 2. We go to the top of the 5th inning, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball on the way.
Divine Energy Services in the Permian Basin. Divine is more than just an amazing partner in the oil field. They are committed to the youth in the Permian Basin as well. From academics to athletics, you can be assured that Divine is supporting it. Remember Divine Energy for all of your oil field needs. Divine Energy Services, supporting the Permian Basin and the Hobbs Eagles since 2006.
First American Bank believes success comes from building personal, long-lasting relationships that are built on mutual trust. We take a consultative-driven approach to get to know you and your business. We offer a wide array of banking and digital solutions, plus more than a century of local experience. So, with First American Bank as your trusted partner, when you succeed, we do too. Find out how we can get it done for you. First American Bank, local first since 1903. Member FDIC.
For the Carlsbad Cave Girls, they get 6 runs on 4 hits. Hobbs commits 3 errors, nobody left on base. Now Carlsbad takes the 6-4 lead into the 5th with the call. Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to sit down on a regular chair, and that's going to limit my view from this back row even more. So I apologize for that. Between my view and TJ's, maybe we can see it. I can't even see the pitcher right now, but I
check swing, and that was ball 1.
I've got to sit down and get off of the. I've either been standing this whole game and a half, or just perched at the edge of a bar stool. And that is a lot of pop in the glove, and that is going to be a strike. 1-1 is the count. So 1-1 the count. Leadoff batter is Allison Garcia for Hobbs. Garcia, Segala, Valenzuela, as Hobbs trailing by 2 here. Got some work to do, some runs to catch up on. And that is going to be ball 2. So 2-1 count.
Yeah, Hobbs scored all their runs in the first, and then they have slowed down considerably as Hernandez has settled in.
Yeah, Hernandez throwing with a lot more she's throwing with a lot more energy. It seems like she's just a pitcher. Sometimes I was this way. I took a long time to warm up. I had to pitch a lot before the game even started. So and that just happens sometimes.
And a foul tip.
It does look like she's gathering some speed, and her motion's getting a little more easy looking, and she's getting some confidence. That happens, when your team goes from 4 down to 2 up. That gives you some confidence. High fly ball headed out to center field. Villa coming under it. Oh, and she makes the grab. So Garcia gave it a ride, a nice try, and got robbed of a hit. So fly out to center field, position 8 for out number 1. That brings Carissa Sagala, designated player, to the plate. She struck out and walked her previous plate appearances. She also scored across the plate. There's a fly ball. Is it going to fall in? No. Coming over from second is Weldon to grab the little weak infield pop. So a pop out to position 4, and just like that, 2 outs now. And Valenzuela to the plate, trying to get a 2-out rally going for Hobbs. She struck out her last time, but she had a 2 RBI double, and she didn't score. She got stranded her first time up. Third plate appearance, first pitch is in. It's going to be a ball. 1-0 the count on Valenzuela. If she can get on, it'll be Jimenez on deck, Rodriguez in the hole. So 6-4 is your score. Now Carlsbad leading by 2, and a foul ball out of play for strike number 1. 1-1 the count.
Please don't hit the white Toyota. At least not the one from Hobbs. There's 2 of us almost identical parked next to each other out there.
1-1 count. I don't think that had enough juice to get all the way out there, but a swing and a hit over to a grounder over to shortstop. Ortega takes it on the bounce and throws it, and the ball is dropped safe at first. So Valenzuela reaches.
Yeah, we'll reach on the second Carlsbad error of the game. That'll be an E3. And so Hobbs now trying to get a little life going with 2 outs.
Yep, number 8, Angel Jimenez, left fielder, up to the plate. 2 outs, but a runner on first. And Angel Jimenez reached on an error, got stranded, had an RBI single, got stranded. And the first pitch is in, it's a strike. So 2 outs, a runner on first. Hobbs trailing by 2. Needs to get those runs back, because we are here in the top of the 5th and not a lot of time. That's out of play, and so that'll be strike number 2, 0-2 count.
And as it stands right now, Hobbs is down to their final 7 outs.
So time, as I said, time's running out, and that supports it, proves it. Needing to get those runs back without wasting time, and don't want to waste that base runner either. Pitch is in. 0-2 count or 1-2?
It is 0-2.
0-2, okay.
Or it is 1-2 now, actually.
Okay, 1-2. I said I thought so, even though I can't see the plate. High fly ball. Is it in play? Playable? Catchable? Yes, it is. Wow, Madrid did a nice job and robbed what could have and should have been maybe just another strike. Was instead a foul pop out to position 9 for out number 3, and Hobbs' threat is over. They put a run on, but they can't get her around. No score in the top of the 5th. We have more Lady Eagle softball coming up.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
It's me, Sammy Sludge. I'm the sludge inside your pipes, your toilet pipes, bathroom sink pipes, even your kitchen sink pipe. I'm inside and outside causing all sorts of problems. Plumbing problems? Call the Master. Master Plumbers, serving households in Lee County and West Texas for over 20 years. Tell Sammy Sludge you called the Master.
No runs, no hits, one error committed by the Cave Girls, and one runner left on. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Hobbs trails by 2. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And thank you very much. It is, let's see, 5, 6, 7 due up. And the first pitch is hit, and it's hard hit ball going out to left field, goes to the fence. Angel Jimenez chasing it, throws it in, but it's going to be a stand-up double for Chester.
And Chester almost identical to where she hit it the last time up to start that 6-run explosion for Carlsbad in the bottom of the fourth and trying to pick up where they left off.
She was the leadoff batter there, and definitely 6 runs across for Carlsbad. So Hobbs needs to try to get these outs. They trail by 2, so they need to get efficient outs, not give up runs, get back to the dugout, and try to get runs back. And that is a well-hit ball. It's going to go foul out of play.
Going to be caught. Nice job by Rangel on the run, but it will allow Chester to tag up and move to third. So it'll be a sac fly to right field, 1 down.
Left fielder, number 20, Davion Fuentes.
So now Fuentes up to bat, 1 for 1. Singled in the first, then walked and scored in the fourth. And she'll take the first pitch out to deep right field. It kind of hangs up in the wind. Coming in on it is Rangel. She will get it, but not in time for the tag up and the score.
So Chester crosses, and Fuentes is going to get, let's see.
And the score, Chester will score. So 2 down, but another score across for Carlsbad.
Yep. And that's going to bring up number 14, Kendra Ortega, the catcher, to the plate. 2 outs and 1 run across. 7-4 is the score now. So Carlsbad up by 3. First pitch is hit to third base. The throw comes in not in time as Valenzuela made the stop and the throw, but Ortega beats it out.
Good job there. Actually, that was Fuentes at short who had to go wait. And it was a long throw with a speedy runner, Ortega, but did everything they could, so it'll be an infield single, and that'll bring the number 9 hitter Rivera to the plate.
2 outs. Rivera up. Struck out her first time. Ended up getting on and scoring the last time up, and the pitch is going to be a ball. 1-0 the count. 2 outs, but 1 run across for Carlsbad, and Hobbs really needs to limit the damage to just that 1 run. And that is going to be a strike as there was contact on that. Fouls it off. 1-1 the count. 2 outs, a runner on first. 7-4 is your score. And that is going to miss and be a ball. 2-1 is the count. Vera. Bottom of the order. Hobbs needs to go ahead and get this 3rd out here if they can. And that's what we said in the last at-bat. They had a chance to do that. And Carlsbad kept the line moving. A long fit ball is going to be a hit into left field. It's played by Jimenez and thrown in, but
safe at third.
The throw comes in, and at least the run does not score, but Ortega makes it over to third, and Rivera has a double.
Actually, it'll be a single and then moving to second on the throw, but that's how.
She's on second base, and Ortega's on third, and there are 2 outs, and there's another high fly, and it's catchable, and is it caught?
No.
No, as Jimenez gave it a good chase. It was a foul ball way off over to the left.
Almost fair, though. That one was tailing and wasn't foul by much. I can kind of see down that line. That was pretty close. So Hobbs getting a break right there.
Yeah, you play it, and Jimenez was certainly trying to get to it. I could see that much. I couldn't see where the ball ended up, but I could see her trying for it. So just becomes a strike. And 0-1 on Villa, top of the order.
And then the next pitch will miss high, so we're evened up at a ball and a strike.
1-1 the count, 2 outs. Runners at second and third for Carlsbad. 7-4. They're up by 3 here in the second game of a doubleheader. Hobbs had high hopes and had a 4-0 lead in this game until the bottom of the fourth. And now Carlsbad has put another one across. And that one's fouled back for strike number 2. So 1-2 the count.
2-2.
Or 2-2, thank you. 2-2 the count. 2 outs, runners on second and third. 3-1 lead by Carlsbad. And I think that was low, probably. It looked like it was low out of the hand for ball 3. Counts full on Villa. Weldon on deck, Ortega in the hole. If they get that far, Hobbs would like to get this out without giving any more runs up.
And got her. Strike 3.
Call. So strike out to end the at-bat, but not before Carlsbad puts a run across. So they score, and we are going to go to the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs trailing 7-4. Some work to do. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball coming up.
Coffee shop owner down the street is trying to pay tuition bills. The florist, who's been there for every life moment, is just a few years from retirement. And there's an entrepreneur who risked it all to open a restaurant. Lee County State Bank encourages you to shop small. Our local businesses are barely hanging on, and they need our support now more than ever before. Follow Lee County State Bank on Facebook for small business spotlights. Visit us at onlinelcsb.com.
Just call us if it's a ride you like. We'll take you there and bring you back.
Hobbs Express provides bus service throughout Hobbs. The bus system operates Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturdays, 7 to 4. Hobbs Express has an immediate opening for a CDL bus driver, offering great pay and benefits. Apply online at hobbsnm.org or call 397-9230 for more information. When you need transportation anywhere around Hobbs, think of Hobbs Express. Hobbs Express, 397-9290.
And
Carlsbad Frankensteins together a run, 1 run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. We head to the 6th, Hobbs trailing 7-4 in a must-win district game. And back to it. Here's Dawn Morgan.
Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Bottom of the order, 9, 1, and 2 due up, as it'll be Rodriguez, Zambrano, Fuentes, and Hobbs running out of time, running out of outs, running out of at-bats. And they need to make something happen to get those 3 runs back. It's not as bad as being down 9-1, 9-0, actually, before Hobbs got that 1 run late in the game and then it had added another to it. But it's not that bad, but it's a must-do. They've got to get the runs to try to tie it up or go ahead, and they've only got this at-bat and another one to do it unless there are extra innings. So first pitch is in, a lot of pop in the glove, and it is going to be a strike. So Anaya Rodriguez, the pitcher, trying to get something started. She's struck out twice in this game. This is her 3rd at bat. And that is going to miss for ball number 1. So 1-1 the count. Rodriguez batting in the 9th slot. And a call, strike.
Right at the top of the zone. I think Rodriguez kind of shaking her head a little bit like, yeah, it looked like it was out to me. But
lot of pop in the glove. Hernandez bringing the heat on that. And that's going to miss.
Just barely.
For ball 2. So 2-2 the count on Rodriguez.
That one actually looked a little closer than maybe the one before it.
And
maybe a give back.
Yeah, the ump may have been evening things up there. That happens. And that's going to miss. So 3-2, full count now on Rodriguez. Hobbs with 3 runs to make up here, 3 runs at least. And they put 4 runs across in their first at-bat to start the game off, so they can do it. And a walk, as I've got that as the 4th walk issued.
That is correct.
And top of the order time now, Zambrano up to the plate, Fuentes on deck, and Jimenez in the hole.
Zambrano 0 for 3 would like to get things going right here, kind of like to bust out of this little mini slump she's in right now.
So no outs, a runner on first. And the pitch is going to be a call, strike 1. 0-1 count. Hobbs with a gift. They've got a runner. They trail by 3. And a foul out of play off to the right for strike 2. 0-2 count now. And the runner still on first after drawing the walk. Is that courtesy runner for Anaya Rodriguez?
I believe it is, but I will double check.
Yeah. She has had a courtesy runner in this game, so I assume that that's it.
Just missing outside.
So that'll be ball 1, 1-2 the count. If that's numbers...
It could be Medina or Ralston. She hadn't turned around enough for me to see whether it's a 1 or a 5.
Okay, yeah, and I'm looking at an angle too, and I can't tell.
And a swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss, and that is strikeout. Out number 1, and that's going to bring up Jackie Fuentes, the shortstop, to the plate.
Strikeout number 7 for Hernandez.
I was just about to say that. I was just counting my 6 Ks and my 4 Ws here. So strikeout number 7. And Fuentes with a 1-0 count now, 1-0. Runner on first, 1 out. Hobbs with work to do, but they could certainly get the job done here. They have the opportunity. And there's a foul ball out of play off to the right for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. Jimenez on deck now. That's a Mariah Jimenez. And Chavez in the hole. So this is a good point for Hobbs to continue to get runners on the bases. Try to bring them around. Change this game back to their favor. That's going to miss for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. As things very quiet here. The wind has died down. A little coolness to the air. Fans populating the stands, but they're pretty quiet tonight. Not a whole lot of noise and chatter. And 3-1 the count now on Fuentes. He's trying to get on base and maybe give Jimenez or Chavez something to work with and try to bring runs in. That is going to be a call.
Yeah, right on the outside corner. They've called it. This ump has called that pitch for both sides all night long, and Hobbs is yet to really start taking a cut at it.
Well, when they've cut at it, they fouled it off usually. And that is going to be strike 3 and out number 2 and strikeout number 8 for Hernandez, who really has gained momentum.
And really same pitch, same spot, same result. So
during this game. So 2 outs, a runner on first, and Mariah Jimenez to the plate now, trying to get runs across for Hobbs. They trail by 3 here in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch is a strike, 0-1 count.
Same pitch, same place, same result. That's 3 straight pitches in the same place. And 3 strikes, and Hobbs is yet to offer at it.
Got to make adjustments. And that is going to be a strike as well.
Slightly faster, same place, same result.
0-2 count.
Maybe a touch higher.
Jimenez with a sac bunt her last time up, walked and got stranded, singled and scored her first time up. That misses outside. So 1-2, although she has a couple of pitches to give, and Jimenez did not chase. 1-2 the count, 2 outs, a runner on first, and Hobbs trails by 3 here in the top of the 6th. And strike 3, 3 straight strikeouts. Wow. And that ends Hobbs' threat in the top of the 6th inning. So we go to the bottom of the 6th. It is Carlsbad 7, Hobbs 4. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball coming up.
Specials are going on this week at Thriftway and La Tienda in Hobbs.
Baby back pork ribs, $1.99 a pound. Boneless beef ribeye steak, $6.99 a pound. Fresh sirloin in pork roast, $1.19 a pound. Large Roma tomatoes, 99 cents a pound. Large red honey mangoes, 99 cents each. Fancy sweet corn, 2 for $1. And tropical kiwi fruit, 2 for $1.
For all your grocery specials, come to La Tienda, 400 East Marlin, and Thriftway in the Broadmoor Shopping Center.
NMR Pipeline is a highly qualified, dedicated company. leading in performance with management and employees who've provided over 45 years of service in pipeline maintenance and construction within the oil and gas industry. NMR Pipeline, 300 South Main in Eunice, or call 394-0144 for more information. Again, 394-0144. NMR Pipeline is proud to be a supporter of all Lee County athletics. And
Hobbs gets the leadoff runner on in the top of the sixth, and then Hernandez mows him down 1-2-3 with 3 more Ks as we head to the bottom of the sixth. Carlsbad leads, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Lee County Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com as we go to the bottom of the sixth inning. 7-4 is the score. Hobbs trailing by 3, and they've got to get outs efficiently as they can. It's 2, 3, and 4 due up. A well-hit ball out to deep left. It's picked up by Mariah Jimenez and thrown in, but it's going to be a stand-up double for Paris Weldon, who hit the first pitch she saw.
Yeah, I didn't waste much time there as, an 0-1 count and just pulled that one out and put it out. So now the leadoff batter on for Carlsbad.
And that brings Ortega up Madrid in the hole. Or Ortega up Madrid on deck, Chester in the hole, rather. So no outs, and there is another line drive shot out between center and right field. That's probably going to score 1, and rounding second already is Ortega while they fumble for the ball out in the field, and that's going to be an RBI triple for Ortega.
Yeah, she just took the first pitch, sat back on it, and shot it out there. It looks like Carlsbad much more aggressive coming into this sixth inning, and now the cleanup hitter Madrid to the plate. She's 0 for 3.
Yeah.
And so you got a feeling that you've held her down this far. You want to keep her right there.
She struck out, had a fly out and a pop out. And a high fly ball headed out to the center field. Mariah Jimenez comes under it, makes the grab and the throw in. But it does score a run, so a sac fly RBI by Madrid, and 1 out now. So now nobody on base, 1 out, but the score is 9-4 now. Wow.
Chester, the last 2 times she's been up, she's drilled them to the wall.
And she swings at the first pitch and fouls it off for strike number 1. Yeah, she hit a double and scored, had a single and scored, and had a line drive out. So she's 2 for 3. An 0-1 count. And a fly, is it going to be caught?
Nope. I think Garcia and Zambrano there thought they might have been running out of room. From our angle, it looked like they might have had it, but as you're running up on that wall, sometimes it's hard to tell. So it'll just be a long strike, too.
And that's an 0-2 count now on Chester. 1 out, nobody on base. Hobbs trailing by 5 now. High fly ball headed out to deep left. Coming over to make the grab, Angel Jimenez.
Yep, and she drops it.
Oh, wow.
E7, so that'll be the 4th Hobbs error of the night.
All right. So that's going to put Chester on second base on the E7. Again, a lot of moving out there. You got to cover a lot of ground, and these are our high fly, well-hit balls by Carlsbad, and Hobbs making moves and getting to the ball sometimes, and then, but we've had some drops and some errors. Some have been caught and have been good plays, so it's just need a little more consistency.
Just the way the softball bounces sometimes.
Yep, 1-1 count on Hernandez, the pitcher. 1 out, runner on second. Carlsbad plating 2 so far in this at bat. 9-4 your score. And now that's 2-1 the count on Hernandez. It's Fuentes on deck, Ortega in the hole. Carlsbad, a good team.
And that will be ball 3, so.
Proving why they are 13-6 now on the season after the victory in the first game, and 5-0 in district. Hobbs just trying to play spoiler and wanted to try to get the split, and it was looking good for a long time in this game.
Well, and that will put Carlsbad completely in control of their own destiny going into the second half of the district season. Hobbs would need to win out and then need a little help somewhere.
Yeah, full count on Hernandez now. And that's going to be ball 4 and a walk issued. I think that's what, walk number 3.
That is, yes.
And that's going to bring up Kaleon Fuentes, who pitched the first game playing left field in this one. And that puts runners at first and second for Carlsbad. Up by 5, 9-4 is your score here in the bottom of the 6th. And a foul off for strike 1. Fuentes had a fly out, a walk, and scored, and hit a single and got thrown out.
And we will have a courtesy runner into the ball game for the Cave Girls.
Okay, for Hernandez, the pitcher, I guess. Is that right or no?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Strike 2, 0-2 count now with 1 out, runners at first and second. Hobbs again in a jam here. They need to work the outs. Oh, a long fly out to left field. Is it going to be fair?
Yep, all the way down to the line.
Wow.
That'll get 1 home.
For sure. So Hernandez, so that's an RBI double for Fuentes.
Ringing double pretty much right down the line.
Yeah, sharply hit, well hit ball. RBI double. And let's see, 1 run across.
As Ortega takes the first one back to the screen, strike 1. She's 2 for 3 so far this evening.
An infield single and got stranded her last time up. 0-1 the count. Rivera on deck. A swing and a high fly ball. Calling for it is Garcia at first. Makes the grab and hangs on to it. So a pop out to position 3 in the books. Second out. And that's going to bring up number 12, Faith Rivera, batting in the 9th slot.
Couple of singles her last time's up. She is 2 for 3. Struck out in the 2nd. Singled and scored in the 4th, and singled and was left stranded in the 5th.
And that one is going to be foul down the right field line, out of play. So 0-1 on Rivera. 2 outs. A runner on runners on second and third. So 1-1 is the count. Hobbs just needs to get this third out. They trail by 6 now. There's a foul out of play off to the left, so count is 1-2. Seven to 3 when we came into this at bat. Carlsbad has plated 3. It's 10-4 now. Oh, a hard hit back to the circle. It hit Rodriguez. It bounced off her chest, and then she picked it up and threw it over for out number 3. So, ouch. But she had the presence of mind to go ahead and pick it back up and make the good throw. So, she's okay. And so, finally, the third out, but not before Carlsbad was able to put 3 runs across. So we're going to go to the top of the 7th inning. Hobbs, the last chance. They are going to have to work at it and get 6 runs to tie it. If they can, we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball coming up.
Forest Tire, mile after mile, we've been with you for almost 80 years. Nowadays, it seems like nothing is built to last. Phones, appliances, cars, computers. But the new Michelin Defender 2 tire is designed to outlast. With a quiet and comfortable ride, you'll have the confidence you need on the roads, whether they're wet or dry. So goodbye to short-lived and hello to something that lasts. Forest Tire, keeping you rolling since 1944.
Oh, yes! Strike! Good times, baby! Definitely good, healthy fun with family and friends is what you get at Bel Air Bowl, the only place to bowl for nearly 100. Find them on Facebook or Google Bel Air Bowl. They are located behind Big Lots in the Bel Air Shopping Center. Where we roll at Bel Air Bowl.
Carlsbad puts 3 runs up on 3 hits. Hobbs commits 1 error and 2 runners left stranded. We head to the 7th. Last chance for the Lady Eagles, trailing by 6. And here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you, TJ. Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Middle of the order, heart of the order, 4, 5, 6 due up. And Hobbs got to make some magic happen here. It's their last at-bat, unless they were to tie it up. And unless they were to tie it or go ahead.
And that'll be ball 1 to Edith.
1-0 the count on Chavez, trying to start things off. She had a line drive out. She singled, got stranded, and struck out. 4th plate appearance here in the game. And that's going to be a ball.
Low for ball 2,
yep,
yeah.
Ball. So 2-0 the count. Garcia on deck and Segala in the hole.
Hobbs here just needs to be patient. You've got to have base runners. That'll be just foul by about a foot down the left field line.
Yep, hit. I just could see it was hit toward the left side there. So it's 2-1 count now.
Really, since the first inning, Hobbs has been quiet. Matter of fact, the Lady Eagles, since the first, just 2 hits.
Yeah. They did all their damage in their first at-bat. And really, Hernandez, the pitcher for Carlsbad, got a kind of a slow start in this game, and she's come on a lot stronger. And it seems like Hobbs still had, you know, some chances. They had chances on base, couldn't get timely hitting to move them around and in.
Yeah, Hobbs has stranded 8 runners through 6+ now, so
3-1 is the count now on Chavez. There's a swing, and looks like a foul ball again.
Nope, it was a good one right down the line as Chester comes up with it.
Okay.
Makes a good throw across the diamond for the out. Scored 5-3 for out number 1.
And thank you for being able to see that, so I appreciate that.
So Chester, I mean, that one screaming down the line.
Right.
Edith got it good, but Chester just made a good play.
Yep, credit where credit's due. Chester robbed her as Chavez with good contact on that. I mean, I could hear it. And first pitch is in, a strike. So 1 out, Hobbs down to their final 2 outs here. Garcia with an 0-1 count. Segala on deck, Valenzuela in the hole. And I think that was a ball.
Strike 2.
No, strike 2? Okay.
Right down the pipe, belt high.
Oh, okay. I can see her release the ball. I can see the delivery, and I can see her release the ball, but see where it hits. And there's a foul out of play, off to the right. So Garcia staying alive, fighting off, and protecting the plate there. 0-2, count remains. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 7th, Hobbs trailing 10-4. They lost 9-2 in the first game of this doubleheader. A line drive shot over the head of Villa is going to be a great double, and actually rounding, going for third. The throw gets
just eats it. Yep,
yeah.
Triple.
So now he says Garcia able to slide in safely. Just a well-hit ball, line drive shot that went all the way to the fence. So Garcia with a nice shot, a nice chance for Hobbs to get something rolling here.
Villa's been playing dangerously in center field. She's only playing about halfway back, and that one with a charge in it and put it over her head.
Segala up to the plate now as 1 out, a runner on third. Hobbs needs 6 runs to tie it. 7 to move ahead. A high fly ball headed for center field, and it's going to drop as Villa comes in on it but can't get it, and it scores 1. So it's an RBI single for Segala.
Nice job by Segala. Just take what you got. And didn't get a lot on it, but with Weldon and Ortega playing where they were, and Villa, even with good speed, not able to get there. Just a little Texas leaguer out into shallow center. Hobbs trying to get it rolling.
1 out, a runner on first. Valenzuela up to the plate, reached on an error, got stranded, struck out, and hit a 2 RBI double. And the first pitch is fouled off for strike 1. 0-1 count. And Jimenez is on deck. Rodriguez in the hole. Valenzuela trying to keep the line moving. 10-5 is your score now. Hobbs trailing by 5. And that's sounded like it was going to be a ball.
Yep, low for ball 1.
All right, 1-1 is your count. 1 out, runner on first. And that's going to be a little blooper out to Weldon, who picks it up and makes the grab.
Yep, just a little flare out to second there.
Pop out to position 4 in the book, second out. Hobbs down to their final out now. They have managed to plate one. They've still got a runner on first. Jimenez now trying to keep things alive for Hobbs with 2 outs. She comes in, had a fly out, reached on an error, and had an RBI single and got stranded. First pitch is in, and strike. 0-1 is the count. Hobbs down to their final 2 strikes here, trying to stay alive and put a few more runs across. That's going to be fouled for strike 2. So 0-2 count. Hobbs down to their final strike, trailing 10-5, top of the 7th inning, 2 outs, a runner on first. Still trying to stay alive and keep runs moving across, but they're running out of time. Out, strikes all. And that's going to be strike 3 and out 3, and that is it. So final score in this one, 10-5, as Carlsbad wins both ends of the doubleheader, sweeps Hobbs in this district doubleheader. And with that win, Hobbs goes to 10-9 on the season, 3-3 in district, and Carlsbad moves to 14-6, 6-0 in district. And up next for Hobbs is going to be home against Roswell coming up Friday night, and next up for Carlsbad will be on the road at Roswell on Friday. So 10-5 your final score. And are we ready for the wrap? Okay, with the wrap on this one, TJ Miracle.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Our final line score for Carlsbad, they get 10 runs on 13 hits. They commit 2 errors, and they leave 8 runners out on the base paths. For Hobbs, they give up, or rather get 5 runs on 8 hits, 4 errors, ouch, and they leave 9 runners out on the base paths for tonight. The winning pitcher here in game number 2 for the Cave Girls was Aubrey Hernandez. Goes the entire way, and she strikes out 10 and walks 4, and 4 of her 5 runs were earned. Taking the loss for the Hobbs Lady Eagles was Anaya Rodriguez. She goes the whole way. She fans 4, she walks 3. 6 of the 10 runs for Rodriguez were earned, and so Hobbs now dropping to 3-3, so 500 as we conclude the first half of district.
And thank you very much, because we are going to wrap things up and get out of here. Safe travels to the Hobbs team and fans, parents, and of course be with us as more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball coming up on Friday night. We'll be at home and we'll have that. I believe the Hobbs boys may be playing the same night, so it'll be on Lee County News and Sports YouTube. And of course look for the post on our KZOR Facebook page and our family of No Mark stations. Plus, you'll have that on the front page at HobbsAmerica.com. All right, so Hobbs fought but fell 9-2 in the first and 10-5 in the second. So good effort, but came up short, and now we move on to the second half of the district season. I'm Dawn Morgan for TJ Miracle. Thanks to whoever was monitoring.
Tiff.
It was Tiff. Thank you very much to Tiff, monitoring our video and audio quality. We appreciate that. And with that, we'll put a wrap on it and say good night.